The weight of unfinished orders. The ancient grandfather clock in the entrance hall of 12 Grimmauld Place chimed midnight with a hollow, mournful sound that seemed to echo through the very bones of the decrepit house. Kreacher stood motionless before the heavy curtains that concealed the portrait of his mistress, his gnarled hands twisted together in perpetual anxiety. The house elf had not slept properly in 3 years, not since that terrible night when Master Regulus had failed to return from his final, desperate mission. 3 years. 1,095 days of carrying an order that felt like a stone lodged in his chest, growing heavier with each passing moment. Master Regulus had commanded him to destroy the locket, to never speak of what had happened, to protect what mattered most. But the locket remained whole, despite every attempt, and Kreacher understood with growing certainty that he had failed to comprehend the true depth of his beloved master's final wishes. The dusty floorboards creaked beneath his feet as he padded through the gloom toward the library. Moonlight filtered through grimy windows, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. This had been Master Regulus's favorite room, where he had spent countless hours reading, studying, questioning everything their family had once blindly accepted. It was here that Kreacher had found the letter, hidden behind a loose stone in the fireplace, discovered purely by accident while cleaning 3 months ago. The parchment was yellowed now, the ink slightly faded, but Master Regulus's elegant handwriting remained as clear as the day he had penned it. Kreacher unfolded it with trembling fingers, though he had memorized every word, every flourish of the quill. "My faithful Kreacher," the letter began, and the house elf felt the familiar tightness in his throat that always accompanied those words. "If you are reading this, then I haven't returned from the Coive, and you have discovered my final contingency. I know you believe your failure to destroy the Horcrux means you have failed me, but you must understand that the locket itself was never the true mission." Kreacher's breath caught, as it always did at this passage. The letter continued in Master Regulus's careful script. "The Dark Lord seeks to destroy a child, Harry Potter, the son of those who died protecting him. Mother will rage about blood purity and family honor, but I have come to understand that honor means protecting the innocent, regardless of their parentage. If I do not survive my mission against Voldemort, then I charge you with this final task. Ensure that Harry Potter lives to see his destiny fulfilled. Watch over him, protect him, guide him if necessary. This boy carries our hope for a future free from the darkness that has consumed our world." The house elf's large, lamp-like eyes filled with tears that he hastily wiped away. Master Regulus had always been too clever for his own good, too willing to see beyond the narrow confines of their family's prejudices. Even as a child, he had asked uncomfortable questions, challenged their mother's teachings about blood supremacy, wondered aloud why house elves were treated as lesser beings when they possessed magic just as powerful as any wizard. Behind him, the familiar rustle of silk announced that Mistress Walburga's portrait was stirring. Kreacher quickly folded the letter and tucked it away in the depths of his tattered pillowcase. The last thing he needed was for the old harridan to discover his growing preoccupation with the Potter boy. "I know where you go at night, Kreacher," came the cold, imperious voice from behind the curtains. "You think I do not notice your absences, your furtive behavior, your failure to maintain proper household standards? What schemes occupy your feeble mind?" Kreacher turned slowly, his shoulders hunched in automatic deference. Mistress Walburga's painted eyes glowed with malevolent curiosity from within her gilded frame. Even in death, she commanded through force of will and centuries of ingrained authority. "Kreacher tends to his duties, mistress," he replied carefully. "The house requires constant attention. Do not lie to me, you miserable creature. I have watched you these past months, seen the guilt that eats at you like a cancer. You failed my Regulus, failed to carry out his final commands, and now you compound that failure with deception." The accusation struck like a physical blow. Kreacher's resolve wavered, his usual submission asserting itself despite the growing conviction that his true duty lay elsewhere. He had served this family for decades, had absorbed their hatred and prejudices until they became part of his very being. But Master Regulus had been different. Master Regulus had seen him as more than property, had trusted him with secrets, had died trying to protect the innocent. "Kreacher serves the House of Black," he said finally, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "But Master Regulus's orders take precedence over all others." "Regulus is dead!" Walburga shrieked, her painted face contorting with rage. "Dead because he was weak, because he listened to the wrong voices, because he forgot his duty to his family and his blood. You will not dishonor his memory with whatever foolishness has seized your mind." But Kreacher was no longer listening to a tirade. Instead, his thoughts had turned to the small boy sleeping in a cupboard, beneath a staircase, in Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the child who had somehow survived the killing curse that had destroyed the most feared dark wizard in generations. Master Regulus had believed that this boy represented hope, and Kreacher was beginning to understand that his master's faith had not been misplaced. Over the past 3 months, Kreacher had made several clandestine trips to Privet Drive, invisible to Muggle eyes, observing the household where Harry Potter had been placed for his protection. What he had witnessed there filled him with a rage so pure and cold that it rivaled anything Walburga Black had ever inspired. The boy was not protected at all. He was imprisoned, neglected, treated with a casual cruelty that made Kreacher's own harsh upbringing seem gentle by comparison. The child was small for his age, his clothes too large and obviously second-hand, his dark hair unkempt, and his green eyes far too old for his young face. He spoke little, moved carefully, flinched away from sudden movements or raised voices. He was polite to a fault, desperate to please, grateful for the smallest kindness. Everything about him screamed of a spirit that had been systematically crushed by those who should have loved and protected him. Kreacher had watched the fat man, Vernon Dursley, berate the child for breathing too loudly during breakfast. He had seen the thin woman, Petunia, ignore Harry's quiet request for a second piece of bread while heaping plates high for her own spoiled son. He had witnessed the cousin, Dudley, a child barely older than Harry but 3 times his size, chase him around the garden like prey while the adults looked on with approval. Most damning of all, he had seen where they made the boy sleep. Not in the second bedroom upstairs, which stood empty except for Dudley's overflow of toys and possessions. Not even on a couch in the sitting room. Harry Potter, the child who had saved the wizarding world from unspeakable darkness, slept on a thin mattress in a cupboard under the stairs, surrounded by cleaning supplies and the detritus of suburban life. The revelation had shaken Kreacher to his very core. This was not protection. This was barely survival. The child was being slowly destroyed by the very people charged with his care, ground down day by day until nothing remained of the bright spirit that had once defied the Dark Lord himself. "You will stop this immediately," Walburga's voice cut through his reverie like a blade. "Whatever misguided loyalty you think you owe to my son's memory, it ends now. I forbid you to continue this obsession with that half-blood brat." Kreacher felt something shift inside him, a tectonic movement of loyalty and purpose that had been building for months. Master Regulus had trusted him with the truth, had seen past the conditioning of centuries to recognize Kreacher's capacity for independent thought and moral choice. The letter hidden in his pillowcase was proof that his beloved master had understood exactly what he was asking, had known it might require defying the very family they had both served. "Kreacher serves Master Regulus," he said quietly, his voice steady, despite the magnitude of what he was about to do. Master Regulus's final order was to protect Harry Potter. Kreacher will obey. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the house itself seemed to hold its breath, as if recognizing that something fundamental had just shifted in the ancient dynamics of the Black family hierarchy. When Walburga finally spoke, her voice was deadly quiet. "You dare defy me? You dare choose that child over the family that has owned you for generations? Kreacher met her painted gaze without flinching. Master Regulus did not own Kreacher. Master Regulus asked Kreacher to choose, and Kreacher chooses to honor his memory by protecting the innocent. With those words, Kreacher turned his back on the portrait of Walburga Black and walked away from centuries of unquestioning servitude. Behind him, her screams of rage echoed through the empty house, but they could not touch him now. He had found his true purpose at last. The night air was crisp and cold as Kreacher apparated to the alleyway behind Privet Drive. He had learned the geography of Little Whinging by heart over his months of observation, knew every hedge and garden wall, every shortcut and hiding place. Number 4 stood like all the others in the neat row of identical houses, its windows dark, its inhabitants asleep. Kreacher approached the house with the stealth that came naturally to his kind. House elf magic was different from wizard magic, more primal, less constrained by the rules and limitations that governed human spellcasting. He could sense the protective wards that Dumbledore had woven around the property, complex spells powered by the blood connection between Harry and his mother's sister. But those wards were designed to keep dark wizards out, not to regulate the movements of a house elf acting with benevolent intent. He slipped through the walls like smoke, materializing in the cupboard beneath the stairs where Harry Potter lay, sleeping on his threadbare mattress. The space was barely large enough for a child, cramped and airless, smelling of dust and neglect. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with cleaning supplies and household tools, leaving just enough room for the small figure curled beneath a thin blanket. Harry lay on his side, one small hand tucked beneath his cheek, his breathing soft and even. Even in sleep, his face held traces of the wariness that had become his default expression, the subtle tension of someone who had learned that safety was always temporary, always conditional. A purple bruise colored his left temple, already fading but still visible in the dim light filtering through the crack beneath the door. Kreacher felt his heart contract with an emotion he had not experienced in years. It was more than pity, more than duty. It was the same fierce protectiveness he had felt for Master Regulus, the desperate need to shield innocence from a world that seemed determined to destroy it. This child had been failed by everyone who should have cared for him, abandoned by the very people who celebrated his survival. The house elf settled himself carefully on the floor beside the makeshift bed, his movements whisper quiet so as not to wake the sleeping boy. He would keep vigil here until dawn, as he had done sporadically for the past 3 months. Tomorrow he would begin making more substantial changes. The Dursleys would learn that their treatment of Harry Potter had consequences, that there were forces in the world more ancient and implacable than their petty cruelties. But tonight it was enough to be here, to ensure that the child who carried the hopes of the wizarding world was not entirely alone in the darkness. Kreacher had failed to destroy the Horcrux, had failed to prevent his master's death, had spent 3 years lost in guilt and confusion. But he would not fail in this. He would not allow Harry Potter to be broken by neglect and abuse. As the hours passed, and the house settled deeper into silence, Kreacher found himself thinking of the last conversation he had shared with Master Regulus before that final, fatal mission. They had been in the library, surrounded by books about Horcruxes and dark magic, and Master Regulus had looked up from his research with those serious grey eyes that seemed far older than his 20 years. Do you ever wonder, Kreacher, what our lives might have been if we had been born into different families, if we had been free to choose our own paths? Kreacher had been shocked by the question. House elves did not wonder about such things. They accepted their lot, served their families, found pride in duty and obedience. But Master Regulus had always asked questions that challenged assumptions, had always seen possibilities where others saw only inevitability. Kreacher serves the House of Black, he had replied, the response automatic and unthinking. But what if the House of Black is wrong? Master Regulus had pressed gently. What if our traditions and beliefs are not sacred truths, but simply habits passed down from one generation to the next? What if we have the power to choose something better? At the time, Kreacher had been unable to comprehend such heretical thoughts. The idea that centuries of tradition might be questioned, that loyalty might be redefined, that service might be freely given rather than compelled, had been beyond his understanding. But sitting here in the dark beside a sleeping child who had been abandoned by his protectors, Kreacher began to grasp what his master had been trying to teach him. True loyalty was not blind obedience to tradition. True loyalty was the conscious choice to stand with those who needed protection, regardless of the personal cost. True loyalty was what Master Regulus had shown when he chose to oppose the Dark Lord, what he was showing now by defying Walburga's commands to help Harry Potter. The boy stirred slightly in his sleep, making a soft sound that might have been distress. Kreacher leaned forward, ready to offer comfort, but Harry settled back into deeper slumber without fully waking. His face relaxed slightly, some of the perpetual tension easing, and for a moment Kreacher could see past the wariness and fear to the child Harry should have been allowed to be. By dawn, Kreacher had made his decision. He would no longer be content with mere observation. The time for passive watching was over. Harry Potter needed an advocate, a protector, someone willing to act on his behalf when all others had failed him. The wizarding world owed this child everything, yet they had left him to suffer in silence while they celebrated their freedom. As the first pale light of morning began to filter through the tiny window high above, Kreacher rose from his vigil and prepared to return to Grimmauld Place. There were preparations to make, plans to formulate, obstacles to overcome. Walburga would rage and threaten, but her power over him was broken now. She was a painting, an echo of the past, while Harry Potter was the future. The house elf took one last look at the sleeping child before disapparating back to the empty corridors of the Black family home. When he materialized in the entrance hall, Walburga's portrait was waiting for him, her painted face twisted with fury and disgust. "So the rebellious house elf returns," she sneered. "Have you come to your senses, or do you persist in this madness?" Kreacher straightened to his full height, which was not particularly impressive, but carried a dignity that had been absent for years. "Kreacher serves the true heir of the House of Black," he said clearly. "Master Regulus chose love over hatred, protection over destruction, hope over despair. Kreacher chooses to honor that choice. You will regret this defiance," Walburga hissed. "You will remember your place, or you will suffer consequences beyond your imagination." But her threats rang hollow now. Kreacher had found something worth fighting for, something that transcended fear and conditioning and centuries of enforced servitude. He had found purpose in protecting the innocent, meaning in choosing love over hatred, freedom in conscious loyalty rather than compelled obedience. The grandfather clock chimed 6 times, marking the beginning of a new day. Somewhere in Little Whinging, Harry Potter was waking up to another day of neglect and casual cruelty, unaware that his life was about to change in ways both subtle and profound. And in the ancient halls of Grimmauld Place, a house elf who had been enslaved for decades finally understood what his master had been trying to teach him about the true meaning of freedom. The weight of unfinished orders no longer pressed down upon him like a stone. Instead, Kreacher felt the lightness that came with clarity of purpose, with the knowledge that he was finally, truly, serving the cause of justice rather than the mere habit of obedience. Master Regulus had trusted him with the most important mission of all, ensuring that love would triumph over hatred, that hope would survive even in the darkest of times. It was a trust Kreacher intended to honor, no matter the cost. The rat's discovery. The winter of 1986 had descended upon the British Isles with unusual ferocity, blanketing the countryside in snow so deep that even magical transportation had become treacherous and uncertain. But for Kreacher, the harsh weather provided perfect cover for the most dangerous investigation of his long existence, a systematic hunt for a dead man who had somehow managed to remain among the living for over 4 years without detection. Peter Pettigrew's trail had gone cold decades before Kreacher began his search, vanishing into the labyrinthine underworld of wizarding society, where desperate people could disappear entirely if they possessed sufficient cunning and complete lack of moral restraint. But the house elf had advantages that human investigators lacked: patience measured in centuries rather than months, magical senses that could detect traces invisible to normal perception, and most importantly, the absolute certainty that his quarry was not only alive, but actively operating somewhere within the magical community. The search had begun with Mrs. Pettigrew's cottage in the Scottish Highlands, where Kreacher had spent weeks establishing surveillance patterns and magical detection networks designed to alert him to any presence bearing Peter's distinctive magical signature. The traces he had initially detected around the property had been faint but unmistakable, evidence of recent visits by someone the elderly witch's magic recognized as her son, despite his supposed death 4 years earlier. But Peter had not returned to his mother's home since Kreacher began his surveillance, suggesting either supernatural luck or a degree of operational awareness that seemed inconsistent with everything the house elf had learned about the man's character and capabilities. More likely, Pettigrew had detected something unusual about the cottage's magical environment, some subtle change in the protective wards or ambient energy that had triggered his carefully honed survival instincts. Undeterred by this setback, Kreacher had expanded his search to include every location that held potential significance for a man of Pettigrew's background and psychological profile. Diagon Alley and its shadowy counterpart, Nocturne Alley, were subjected to intensive surveillance, their shops and taverns monitored for any sign of a wizard matching Peter's physical description or magical signature. The investigation had revealed the startling extent to which the wizarding world's population had been traumatized by the recent war against Voldemort, creating a vast underground economy of people who preferred to remain invisible to official attention. Former Death Eaters sought to avoid prosecution, resistance fighters struggled with memories too painful to acknowledge, and countless ordinary witches and wizards simply wanted to rebuild their lives without being forced to explain their actions during the darkest period in recent magical history. Within this community of shadows and half-truths, a man like Peter Pettigrew could easily disappear, could reinvent himself as someone with no inconvenient past, no dangerous connections, no reason to attract the attention of law enforcement or former associates. All he would need was sufficient gold to purchase a new identity, enough magical skill to maintain the necessary deceptions, and the moral flexibility to abandon everyone and everything he had once claimed to value. Kreacher's investigation had gradually revealed the existence of a black market in false identities that operated with surprising sophistication throughout the wizarding world, providing new names, fabricated histories, and forged documentation for anyone willing to pay the substantial prices demanded for such services. The network was run by criminals who had found the post-war period surprisingly profitable, exploiting the widespread desire for anonymity among people whose wartime activities might not bear close scrutiny. But even within this community of professional deceivers and identity merchants, someone of Peter Pettigrew's background would stand out for the sheer scope of his deception and the scale of the crimes he was attempting to conceal. Creating a false identity to escape prosecution for minor wartime opportunism was one thing. Disappearing entirely after betraying the most famous family in the wizarding world and framing an innocent man for mass murder was quite another. The breakthrough that would eventually lead Kreacher to his quarry came from an unexpected source: the magical creatures that inhabited the margins of wizarding society, those beings whose natural abilities made them ideal for gathering information that witches and wizards preferred to keep private. House elves, despite their enslaved status, maintained communication networks that spanned the entire magical community, sharing information about their masters' activities with a discretion that humans rarely appreciated or understood. Through these networks, Kreacher learned of a wizard living in a series of modest accommodations throughout wizarding Britain, someone who paid his bills with gold that bore no magical traceable signatures, who avoided social contact beyond the minimum necessary to maintain his cover, who exhibited the kind of nervous vigilance associated with people harboring dangerous secrets. The description matched Peter Pettigrew in every significant detail: medium height and build, unremarkable appearance that helped him blend into crowds, a tendency toward nervous habits that suggested barely controlled anxiety, and most tellingly, a magical signature that was somehow familiar to house elves who had served families connected to the recent war against Voldemort. But the lead that promised to be most productive involved reports of a wizard who had been living under various identities within families that included young children, offering his services as a tutor or companion, while maintaining the kind of low profile that suggested someone with compelling reasons to avoid official attention. Such positions would provide perfect cover for someone like Pettigrew, offering steady income and ready-made explanations for his presence in respectable wizarding households, while requiring minimal documentation or background verification. The idea that Pettigrew might be hiding in plain sight, living among families with children while maintaining his masquerade as a dead war hero, filled Kreacher with a rage so profound that it made the air around him shimmer with barely controlled magical energy. The betrayer who had destroyed Harry Potter's family was not only walking free, but was potentially placing other children at risk, using his supposed death as a shield against the consequences of his treachery. Kreacher's investigation into families who had employed suspicious tutors or companions eventually led him to a modest house in the wizarding village of Hogsmeade, where a family named Hawthorne had recently hired a mild-mannered wizard, calling himself Patrick Weston, to help care for their 3 young children. According to the house elf networks, Weston exhibited all the telltale signs of someone living under a false identity. No verifiable history prior to his employment with the family, an obvious unfamiliarity with basic aspects of his supposed background, and the kind of nervous energy associated with people constantly afraid of exposure. More promising still was the physical description that emerged from discreet inquiries among the magical creatures who served various households in Hogsmeade. Patrick Weston was described as a wizard of unremarkable appearance, who seemed older than his claimed age, whose magical abilities were competent but unexceptional, who displayed an odd familiarity with the kind of advanced defensive magic typically associated with those who had lived through periods of extreme danger. But it was the behavioral details that convinced Kreacher he had finally found his quarry. Weston exhibited an obsessive interest in newspaper accounts of recent magical events, particularly any stories that referenced the Potter family or the ongoing imprisonment of Sirius Black. He maintained no social connections outside his employment, avoided situations that might require him to demonstrate knowledge of his supposed background, and displayed the kind of hypervigilance associated with people who expected discovery and retribution at any moment. The house elf's surveillance of the Hawthorne household began in early February, conducted with the patience and precision that had characterized all of Kreacher's recent investigations. The family lived in a comfortable but modest home on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, close enough to the village centre to provide easy access to shops and services, but isolated enough to offer privacy for activities that might attract unwanted attention. Malcolm and Eleanor Hawthorne appeared to be exactly what they claimed, a middle-class wizarding couple struggling to balance demanding careers with the responsibilities of raising 3 energetic children. Malcolm worked for the Department of Magical Transportation, a bureaucratic position that required long hours, but provided steady income and respectable social status. Eleanor managed the household while pursuing her own interests in magical botany, cultivating rare plants that required constant attention and specialized care. Their children ranged in age from 3 to 8 years old, bright and curious youngsters who had embraced their new tutor with the enthusiasm typical of children starved for adult attention and intellectual stimulation. Patrick Weston had integrated himself into the family's daily routine with the skill of someone who understood exactly how to make himself indispensable without appearing to seek such importance. But Kreacher's enhanced senses detected subtle wrongness in Weston's interactions with the family, behaviors and responses that suggested someone playing a role rather than living authentically. The tutor's educational methods were oddly dated, reflecting knowledge that had not been updated in years. His references to current events were carefully vague, suggesting someone who learned about the world through newspapers rather than direct participation. Most tellingly, his magical signature carried traces of concealment charms and identity magic that no legitimate tutor would have any reason to employ. The house elf's investigation required extraordinary caution, as Pettigrew had demonstrated a survival instinct keen enough to keep him hidden for over 4 years, despite the enormous resources that should have been devoted to tracking down such a high-profile fugitive. Any detection of Kreacher's surveillance would likely trigger another disappearance, forcing the investigation to begin anew with even less promising leads than before. Kreacher established observation posts in the gardens surrounding the Hawthorne house, using his natural advantages as a magical creature to remain invisible while monitoring every aspect of the household's daily routine. He watched Patrick Weston interact with the children, noted the man's obvious discomfort with genuine affection and emotional connection, observed the way he maintained careful psychological distance even while fulfilling his professional obligations with apparent competence. The breakthrough that confirmed Pettigrew's identity came during a moment when Weston believed himself to be completely unobserved, alone in the family study, while the Hawthorns attended a social event in the village. Kreacher watched through the window as the supposed tutor abandoned his carefully maintained persona, his entire posture and demeanor shifting to reveal the anxiety and paranoia that his public mask had been designed to conceal. Weston moved through the study with the nervous energy of someone conducting a security check, examining windows and doors, testing the strength of the house's protective wards, evaluating escape routes with the expertise of someone who had spent years planning for the possibility of sudden flight. His hands trembled slightly as he worked, betraying the constant stress of maintaining an identity built on lies and sustained by the fear of discovery. But it was when Weston opened a concealed safe behind one of the study's bookcases that Kreacher obtained the definitive proof he had been seeking. Inside the safe were documents bearing Peter Pettigrew's real name, photographs from his Hogwarts years, and most damning of all, correspondence with contacts in the identity-forging network that had provided him with his current false persona. The letters painted a picture of a man consumed by paranoia and self-pity, someone who viewed himself as the victim of circumstances beyond his control rather than the architect of his own moral corruption. Pettigrew wrote extensively about his fear of discovery, his resentment toward those who had forced him to betray his friends, his desperate hope that the passage of time would eventually make it safe for him to resume something approaching a normal life. Most revealing was a letter dated just weeks earlier in which Pettigrew expressed growing anxiety about remaining in any single location for too long, combined with frustration at the financial costs of maintaining his deception. The identity forgers demanded substantial payments for their services, consuming resources faster than Pettigrew could replenish them through legitimate employment, creating pressure to take increasingly dangerous risks in order to maintain his cover. The letter concluded with Pettigrew's plan to abandon the Western identity within the next few months, to disappear once again into the underground network that had sheltered him for years, while he established yet another false persona in a different part of the wizarding world. Such a move would make him exponentially more difficult to track, potentially allowing him to vanish permanently before Kreacher could gather the evidence necessary to prove Sirius Black's innocence. The realization that his window of opportunity was rapidly closing filled Kreacher with urgent determination to complete his investigation before Pettigrew could disappear again. But simply knowing the betrayer's current location was not sufficient to achieve justice for Sirius or restore Harry Potter's rightful guardian. What Kreacher needed was evidence that would convince the magical authorities of Pettigrew's survival and Sirius's innocence, proof so compelling that even the Ministry of Magic's institutional inertia could not ignore or suppress it. The house elf spent the following weeks documenting every aspect of Pettigrew's deception, using magical photography to record the contents of his secret correspondence, employing detection charms to analyze his true magical signature, gathering the kind of comprehensive evidence that would be necessary to overturn 4 years of official assumptions about guilt and innocence. But Kreacher also understood that evidence alone would not be sufficient to achieve justice in a system that had already demonstrated its willingness to condemn innocent men without trial. What he needed was a confession, preferably one obtained in the presence of witnesses who could testify to its authenticity, backed by physical proof that would make denial impossible even for the most corrupt officials. The plan that gradually took shape in Kreacher's mind was audacious in its scope and terrifying in its implications, requiring him to move beyond passive observation into active confrontation with one of the wizarding world's most dangerous fugitives. But the stakes were too high to permit caution to override justice, and Harry Potter's future depended on exposing the truth about his family's betrayal, regardless of the personal risks involved. As winter began its slow retreat before the approaching spring, Kreacher prepared for the most dangerous phase of his investigation, the direct confrontation with Peter Pettigrew that would either vindicate years of careful work or destroy any hope of proving Sirius Black's innocence. The house elf who had once served without question was about to challenge one of the wizarding world's most carefully maintained lies, armed with nothing but determination and the absolute certainty that truth deserved to triumph over expedience. Master Regulus had died believing that individual action could change the world, that one person willing to stand against injustice could make a difference in the face of overwhelming institutional corruption. Kreacher was about to test that belief against the full weight of a conspiracy that had already claimed too many innocent victims, determined to prove that love could triumph over betrayal, and justice could overcome even the most carefully orchestrated lies. The hunt for Peter Pettigrew was entering its final phase, and with it, the process that would either restore Harry Potter's rightful guardian or confirm that some injustices were simply too entrenched to challenge successfully. But Kreacher had not come this far to accept defeat at the moment of truth, and the rat who had destroyed so many lives was about to discover that some hunters possessed patience and determination beyond anything his limited imagination had prepared him to face. Justice and freedom. The March morning that would finally bring justice to Sirius Black dawned with unusual clarity, painting the wizarding village of Hogsmeade in shades of gold and silver that seemed to promise endings long overdue and revelations too long suppressed. For over 6 months, Kreacher had watched and waited, gathering evidence and planning with the patience of someone who understood that a single mistake might allow the most dangerous fugitive in recent wizarding history to disappear forever into the shadows that had already sheltered him for far too long. But patience had its limits, even for a house elf whose lifespan was measured in centuries rather than decades, and the intelligence that Kreacher had gathered during his surveillance of the Hawthorne household made it clear that Peter Pettigrew's time as Patrick Weston was rapidly approaching its end. The betrayer who had destroyed the Potter family was growing increasingly paranoid about his safety, increasingly convinced that discovery was imminent, increasingly desperate to abandon his current identity before his carefully constructed deception could be exposed. Kreacher had spent weeks perfecting the trap that would finally bring Pettigrew to justice, an elaborate scheme that would force the rat into a position where escape was impossible and denial was futile. The plan required precise timing, careful coordination of multiple magical elements, and most importantly, the kind of iron determination that would not falter even when confronted with an enemy who had already demonstrated his willingness to sacrifice anyone and everyone to preserve his own worthless existence. The house elf had chosen the Hawthorne family's study as the location for the confrontation, understanding that Pettigrew's paranoid examination of the room's security features would eventually provide the opportunity for capture that months of surveillance had failed to create. The study was isolated enough to prevent interruption by the family members, defensively warded enough to prevent magical escape, and crucially, equipped with the kind of recording devices that would preserve every detail of whatever confession Kreacher might extract from his prisoner. The magical containment field that Kreacher had spent weeks constructing around the study was a masterpiece of house elf magic, invisible to normal detection, but powerful enough to prevent apparition, portkey travel, or any other form of magical transportation. The field was keyed specifically to Peter Pettigrew's magical signature, ensuring that it would activate only when the target entered the designated area, avoiding the kind of premature triggering that might alert him to the presence of the trap. But the containment field was only the beginning of Kreacher's preparations. The house elf had also planted dozens of magical recording devices throughout the study, each one designed to capture not only spoken words, but also emotional states, magical signatures, and the kinds of involuntary physical responses that would make denial of identity impossible even for the most skilled liar. More importantly, Kreacher had arranged for the presence of witnesses who would be able to testify to the authenticity of whatever confession he might obtain. Magical law required corroboration from multiple independent sources before testimony could be accepted as evidence in cases involving such serious charges as betrayal and mass murder, and Kreacher was determined that no technicality would allow justice to be denied once again. The witnesses he had selected were chosen for their unimpeachable reputations and their complete independence from any political faction that might benefit from Pettigrew's continued freedom or Sirius Black's continued imprisonment. Amelia Bones, recently appointed to a senior position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had built a career on her absolute commitment to justice, regardless of political convenience or social pressure. Her presence would ensure that whatever evidence emerged from the confrontation would be properly documented and impossible to suppress. Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of one of the wizarding world's most respected families, and grandmother to Neville Longbottom, had her own reasons for seeking the truth about the betrayals that had characterized the war against Voldemort. Her son and daughter-in-law had been tortured into madness by Death Eaters seeking information about Voldemort's whereabouts, and she understood better than most the importance of ensuring that the guilty faced justice, while the innocent were vindicated. The third witness was perhaps the most important. Remus Lupin, the last surviving member of James Potter's inner circle, the man who had spent over 4 years believing that one of his closest friends had betrayed the others to their deaths. Lupin's presence would provide emotional weight to whatever confession emerged, while his intimate knowledge of all the participants would make any attempt at deception virtually impossible. Kreacher had contacted each of these witnesses through carefully worded letters that provided just enough information to secure their attendance without revealing the full scope of what he had discovered. Each had received an invitation to be present at a revelation that would finally provide answers to questions that had haunted them for years, answers that would either confirm their worst fears or offer the possibility of justice long denied. The confrontation itself was scheduled for a morning when the Hawthorne family would be away from their home, attending a social gathering in the village that would keep them occupied for several hours. Pettigrew's routine suggested that he would use this period of privacy to conduct another of his security checks, providing the perfect opportunity for Kreacher to spring the trap that had been months in the making. As the appointed hour approached, Kreacher took his position in the garden outside the study window, his ancient heart beating with anticipation and righteous fury that had been building since the day he first learned of Sirius Black's wrongful imprisonment. Everything he had worked toward for the past year, every sacrifice he had made in service of justice rather than tradition, every risk he had taken in defiance of centuries of conditioning about the proper role of house elves in wizarding society, all of it came down to the next few hours. The witnesses arrived precisely on schedule, apparating into the garden with the kind of professional discretion that spoke of long experience with sensitive magical operations. Amelia Bones emerged from her apparition with her wand already drawn, her sharp eyes scanning the area for potential threats, while her magical senses evaluated the complex ward structures that Kreacher had erected around the property. Augusta Longbottom appeared with the kind of dignified composure that had made her one of the most formidable witches of her generation, her severe robes and stern expression conveying absolute determination to see justice done regardless of the personal cost. She carried herself with the authority of someone who had spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of wizarding politics without compromising her principles or her commitment to protecting the innocent. Remus Lupin was the last to arrive, his shabby robes and prematurely aged appearance testament to the grinding poverty and social isolation that had characterized his life since the end of the war. But his eyes burned with the same fierce intelligence that had made him one of Hogwarts's most brilliant students, and his magical abilities remained as formidable as ever, despite the discrimination and hardship he had endured. Kreacher greeted his guests with the kind of formal courtesy that his centuries of service had made second nature. But beneath his respectful demeanor lay steel determination that surprised even these experienced witches and wizards. The house elf, who had once accepted abuse and degradation without question, had become someone capable of commanding respect from some of the most powerful figures in magical law enforcement. "Thank you for coming," Kreacher said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. "What you are about to witness will shock you, will challenge everything you believe about the events of October 31st, 1981. But it will also provide the justice that has been denied for far too long." Before any of the witnesses could respond, the sound of a door opening inside the house announced Peter Pettigrew's arrival in the study. Kreacher gestured for silence, his enhanced hearing tracking the betrayer's movements as he began his routine security inspection, checking windows and doors, testing ward strengths, evaluating escape routes with the paranoid thoroughness of someone who had spent years expecting discovery and retribution. The containment field activated the moment Pettigrew crossed the threshold into the study's central area, its invisible barriers snapping into place with mathematical precision while remaining completely undetectable to normal magical senses. Pettigrew continued his inspection for several more minutes, unaware that he had already triggered the trap that would end his 4-year masquerade as a dead war hero. It was only when he attempted to leave the study and found his path blocked by an invisible barrier that refused to yield to his increasingly frantic efforts that Pettigrew began to understand the magnitude of his situation. His attempts to apparate failed completely, his emergency portkeys remained inert, and his most powerful unlocking charms had no effect whatsoever on the magical prison that had materialized around him. The panic that seized Peter Pettigrew as he realized the hopelessness of his situation was visible even through the study window, his face cycling through expressions of disbelief, terror, and desperate calculation as he searched for some way to escape the consequences of his long-delayed reckoning. His movements became increasingly frantic as he tested every possible avenue of escape, his magical abilities pushed to their limits in futile attempts to break free from constraints that had been specifically designed to counter his particular strengths and exploit his known weaknesses. It was then that Kreacher chose to reveal himself, apparating directly into the study with the kind of dramatic flair that he had learned from decades of serving the theatrical Black family. The house elf's appearance in the supposedly secure room caused Pettigrew to stumble backward in shock, his wand falling from nerveless fingers as he stared at the impossible figure that had somehow penetrated his most carefully maintained defenses. "Hello, Peter," Kreacher said softly, his voice carrying undertones of menace that made the air itself seem to vibrate with barely controlled magical energy. "You have been a very difficult rat to catch, but the hunt is over at last." Pettigrew's response was immediate and predictable, his survival instincts asserting themselves despite the obvious hopelessness of his situation. "I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered, his voice cracking with the strain of maintaining a deception that was already collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions. "My name is Patrick Weston. I'm a tutor. I don't know who you think I am, but you've made some kind of mistake." But Kreacher was in no mood for elaborate verbal sparring, and the evidence he had gathered during months of surveillance made any attempt at denial pathetically futile. With a gesture of his weathered hand, the house elf caused the study's walls to shimmer and fade, revealing the presence of the three witnesses who had been waiting in the garden for this moment of revelation. The sight of Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, and Remus Lupin standing in what had appeared to be an empty garden caused what little colour remained in Pettigrew's face to drain away entirely. These were not random witnesses who might be confused or misled, but some of the most knowledgeable and respected figures in the wizarding world, people who had known him personally, and who would be able to identify him regardless of whatever cosmetic changes he might have made to his appearance. "Peter Pettigrew," Amelia Bones said formally, her voice carrying the full authority of magical law enforcement. "You are under arrest for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, the murder of 12 muggles, conspiracy to commit treason, and operating under false identity to evade justice. You have the right to remain silent, though I suspect that option will not serve you well, given the evidence that appears to have been assembled against you." Pettigrew's final attempt at denial collapsed entirely as Remus Lupin stepped forward, his face a mask of grief and betrayal that spoke of friendships destroyed and trust violated beyond any possibility of repair. "Hello, Peter," he said quietly, his voice heavy with the weight of years spent mourning someone who had never actually died. "You look well for a dead man. I trust the past 4 years have been more comfortable than Sirius's accommodations in Azkaban." The mention of Sirius Black's wrongful imprisonment seemed to break something fundamental in Pettigrew's psychological defenses, releasing a flood of guilt and self-justification that he had been suppressing for years. "You don't understand," he began, his voice rising to a desperate whine. "I didn't have a choice. The Dark Lord would have killed me if I hadn't given him what he wanted. I was trying to protect everyone." Augusta Longbottom's response was swift and merciless, her aristocratic features twisted with contempt for the coward who had betrayed his friends to save his own worthless skin. "Protect everyone? By murdering the people who trusted you? By allowing an innocent man to rot in prison while you lived comfortably under a false name?" But it was Kreacher who delivered the final blow to Pettigrew's crumbling defenses, producing from his pillowcase a collection of documents that represented months of meticulous investigation and careful documentation. "Kreacher has been watching you for many weeks, Peter Pettigrew," the house elf said, with quiet satisfaction. "Kreacher has seen your secret correspondence, your hidden gold, your pathetic attempts to convince yourself that you are the victim rather than the villain of this tragedy." The documents that Kreacher spread across the study's desk painted a comprehensive picture of Pettigrew's deception and the network of criminals who had facilitated his continued freedom. Letters to identity forgers, payment records for false documentation, detailed accounts of his movements and activities over the past 4 years, magical photographs that clearly showed him living under various assumed identities, while Sirius Black languished in the wizard prison that should have been his own fate. But perhaps most damning of all was Pettigrew's own correspondence, letters in which he detailed his growing paranoia and his resentment toward those who had forced him to betray his friends. The writings revealed a man consumed by self-pity and moral cowardice, someone who viewed himself as the victim of circumstances beyond his control rather than the architect of his own corruption. "I never wanted any of this to happen," Pettigrew whimpered, his voice breaking as the full weight of his situation finally overwhelmed his capacity for denial and self-deception. "I was frightened. The Dark Lord was so powerful, so terrifying. He promised that if I helped him, he would protect me. I thought he would kill them quickly, mercifully. I never imagined he would fail, that Harry would survive, that everything would become so complicated." The confession that followed was everything Kreacher had hoped for and more, a complete admission of guilt that covered not only the betrayal of the Potter family, but also the elaborate deception that had allowed Pettigrew to escape justice for over 4 years. He detailed his recruitment by Voldemort's forces, his growing terror as the war escalated, his desperate decision to become a double agent in the hope of protecting himself, regardless of which side ultimately prevailed. Most importantly, he confirmed that Sirius Black had played no role whatsoever in the betrayal, that the supposed secret keeper had been as shocked and devastated by the Potter family's death as anyone else, that his presence at the scene of the supposed confrontation had been the result of his desperate attempt to track down the real traitor, rather than any complicity in the original crime. Sirius suspected something was wrong, Pettigrew sobbed, his voice thick with tears and self-pity. He knew that someone close to James and Lily had betrayed them, and he was getting closer to the truth. I had to stop him somehow. I had to make sure he couldn't expose what I had done. The details of how Pettigrew had faked his own death while framing Sirius for multiple murders were as ingenious as they were morally reprehensible. He had lured Sirius to a crowded Muggle street, had used explosive magic to kill 12 innocent bystanders, had severed his own finger and left it behind as evidence while transforming into his animagus form to escape in the chaos that followed. The transformation into a rat had provided the perfect cover for his disappearance, allowing him to hide among the natural rodent population of London, while the magical authorities conducted their investigation into the supposed confrontation between him and Sirius. By the time he emerged from hiding weeks later, the case had been closed, Sirius had been condemned without trial, and Peter Pettigrew was officially dead, free to begin constructing the new identity that had sustained him for years. As the full scope of Pettigrew's betrayal became clear, the witnesses listened with growing horror and disgust, their faces reflecting the kind of moral revulsion that came from witnessing evil in its purest form. This was not the desperate act of someone trapped by circumstances beyond his control, but the calculated decision of a coward who had chosen his own safety over the lives of everyone who had trusted him. Amelia Bones was the first to recover from the shock of the revelation, her professional training asserting itself as she began to consider the practical implications of what they had just witnessed. "This confession will need to be verified through magical means," she said grimly. "Veritaserum will confirm the truth of what he has told us, and magical analysis of the evidence will establish beyond doubt that Sirius Black was wrongfully convicted." But even as the wheels of justice began to turn, Kreacher found himself thinking not of legal procedures and official vindication, but of a broken man sitting in a cell in Azkaban, slowly being destroyed by creatures that fed on hope and happiness, while the world celebrated the peace that his supposed crimes had helped to create. Sirius Black had spent over 4 years paying the price for another man's betrayal, and no amount of official apology could restore what had been taken from him during those years of wrongful imprisonment. The house elf who had once served without question had become an agent of justice, someone who had proven that truth could triumph over lies, that individual action could challenge institutional corruption, that love could overcome hatred even when the odds seemed impossible. Master Regulus would have been proud to see what his faithful servant had accomplished, how the lessons about choosing conscience over conformity had finally borne fruit in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. As the ministry officials prepared to transport Pettigrew to a cell that should have been his from the beginning, as Sirius Black's freedom moved from impossible dream to inevitable reality, as Harry Potter's rightful guardian prepared to reclaim his place in the world, Kreacher allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at a job finally completed. The boy who had saved the wizarding world was about to be saved in return, and the house elf who had found his conscience at last had proven that even the smallest and most powerless among them could move mountains when motivated by justice and love. A new beginning. The summer morning of 1986, that would forever change Harry Potter's life, dawned with a brilliance that seemed to herald the kind of transformation that comes only once in a lifetime, painting the suburban streets of Little Whinging in shades of gold and promise that made even the most mundane elements of the neighborhood appear touched by magic. For 5 years, Harry had watched the sunrise through the tiny window of his cupboard under the stairs, marking another day of survival in a world that seemed determined to crush his spirit. But this morning would be different. This morning, someone was finally coming to take him home. Kreacher materialized in the garden of No. 4 Privet Drive with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose patient work had finally borne fruit beyond his wildest expectations. 6 months had passed since Peter Pettigrew's capture and confession, 6 months of legal proceedings and ministry investigations that had not only vindicated Sirius Black, but had exposed the systematic corruption that had allowed an innocent man to rot in Azkaban while the real betrayer lived in comfort under a false identity. The political earthquake that had followed Pettigrew's exposure had toppled careers and destroyed reputations throughout the wizarding government, forcing a complete reorganization of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and triggering investigations into dozens of other cases where justice might have been sacrificed to expedience. Cornelius Fudge, the ambitious Auror, whose shoddy investigation had condemned Sirius without trial, had been quietly transferred to a minor administrative position where his incompetence could do no further damage to innocent lives. But for Kreacher, the most important consequence of the revelation was not political, but personal. Sirius Black was free, legally vindicated, and financially compensated for his wrongful imprisonment, ready to reclaim his place in the world and assume the guardianship that should have been his from the moment of his godson's birth. The man who had emerged from Azkaban was not the same person who had entered that hellish prison 5 years earlier, but the core of strength and loyalty that had made him James Potter's closest friend remained intact, despite everything the Dementors had done to break his spirit. The legal proceedings that had established Sirius as Harry's rightful guardian had been swift and decisive, aided by the mountain of evidence that Kreacher had assembled and the complete absence of any legitimate objection to the transfer of custody. The Dursley family's fitness as guardians had been thoroughly examined and found catastrophically wanting, their years of abuse and neglect documented in detail that made their continued custody not only inadvisable, but actively harmful to the child they had been entrusted to protect. Dumbledore's objections to the change in Harry's living arrangements had been noted and summarily overruled by magical authorities who no longer trusted his judgment after the revelation of how completely he had failed in his oversight responsibilities. The great wizard's explanations about blood protection and the necessity of keeping Harry away from magical influences had been exposed as largely theoretical constructs that bore little relationship to the reality of a child being systematically destroyed by those charged with his care. Now, as Kreacher made his way through the early morning silence toward the house where Harry Potter had spent 5 years of his life as an unwanted burden, the house elf carried with him legal documents that would end that nightmare forever. The custody papers bore the official seal of the Ministry of Magic and the signatures of 3 separate department heads, making them unassailable even by someone as powerful and influential as Albus Dumbledore. But more important than any legal documentation was the transformation that had occurred in Sirius Black himself during the months since his release from Azkaban. The broken man who had emerged from wizard prison, hollow-eyed and haunted by years of torment at the hands of creatures that fed on hope and happiness, had slowly rebuilt himself through sheer force of will and the knowledge that his godson needed him to be strong. The reunion between Sirius and Kreacher at Grimmauld Place had been among the most emotionally complex moments of the house elf's long existence. The last time they had spoken, Sirius had been a teenage rebel fleeing his family home in disgust at their pure-blood supremacist values, rejecting everything the Black family represented in favor of the more egalitarian ideals he had learned from his friends at Hogwarts. The house elf who had watched him leave had been a broken creature, loyal to traditions that valued blood purity over basic human decency. But both of them had been transformed by the years that followed, shaped by loss and suffering into people who understood that true loyalty meant more than blind obedience to family expectations. Sirius had returned from Azkaban with his political convictions intact, but tempered by a hard-won understanding of the price that innocence paid when good people failed to act. Kreacher had evolved from an enslaved servant into an independent moral agent, someone who chose to serve justice rather than tradition. Their first conversation after Sirius's release had lasted through the night, spanning decades of misunderstanding and resentment as they worked to forge a new relationship based on mutual respect rather than inherited prejudice. Sirius had listened with growing amazement as Kreacher recounted his investigation into the Potter family's betrayal, his patient surveillance of Harry's circumstances, his systematic exposure of the conspiracy that had denied them both the family connection they desperately needed. "You did this for Regulus," Sirius had said quietly, his voice thick with emotion as he processed the magnitude of what his family's house elf had accomplished. "You honored his memory better than I ever could, better than any of us deserved." But Kreacher had corrected him with the gentle firmness of someone who had learned to value truth above comfortable lies. "Kreacher did this for Harry Potter," he had replied. "Master Regulus wanted the boy protected and loved, wanted him to grow up knowing his worth rather than believing himself to be a burden. Kreacher simply fulfilled his master's final wish, as a faithful servant should." The months that followed had been a period of careful preparation, as Sirius worked to transform Grimmauld Place from a monument to pure-blood supremacy into a home suitable for raising a child who would grow up knowing love rather than hatred. The dark artifacts that had decorated the house for generations were removed or destroyed, replaced by books and toys, and the kind of everyday comforts that spoke of genuine family life rather than aristocratic display. Walburga Black's portrait had been the most challenging obstacle to overcome, her painted form radiating fury at the changes being made to her ancestral home. But even she had been forced to acknowledge the justice of what her son and house elf had accomplished, her opposition gradually giving way to grudging acceptance of the new reality that her family's future lay in protecting innocence rather than preserving tradition. "If this is what Regulus truly wanted," she had finally conceded, her voice heavy with the weight of years spent clinging to beliefs that had brought nothing but pain and loss to her family, "then perhaps it is time the House of Black redeemed itself through love rather than hatred." Now, as Kreacher approached the front door of No. 4 Privet Drive, he carried with him not only legal authority, but the accumulated hope and determination of everyone who had worked to make this moment possible. Behind him, invisible to Muggle eyes but solid and real in every way that mattered, Sirius Black waited in the garden, his dark eyes bright with anticipation and carefully controlled emotion as he prepared to meet his godson for the first time since infancy. The house elf's knock on the Dursleys' front door was soft but insistent, carrying just enough magical resonance to ensure that it would penetrate the early morning silence without seeming supernatural to any Muggle observers who might be watching. The sound of heavy footsteps on the staircase announced Vernon Dursley's approach, his voice already raised in irritation at being disturbed so early in the day. "What do you want?" Vernon demanded, as he yanked the door open, his small eyes immediately fixing on Kreacher with the kind of recognition that spoke of unpleasant memories carefully suppressed. "I thought we had an understanding about your kind, staying away from decent people." But Kreacher was no longer the desperate creature who had once begged for mercy in this man's kitchen, and the legal documents in his possession gave him authority that transcended Vernon's petty bigotry and willful ignorance. "Kreacher has come for Harry Potter," he announced formally, his voice carrying the weight of official sanction and absolute determination. "The boy's rightful guardian has been freed from wrongful imprisonment, and custody is being transferred immediately." The colour drained from Vernon's face as he processed the implications of what the house elf was telling him, his limited imagination struggling to cope with the possibility that his carefully ordered world might be about to collapse around him. For 5 years, He had convinced himself that Harry was his burden to bear, his cross to carry, his unpleasant reminder of the magical world's intrusion into his normal suburban existence. The idea that someone might actually want Harry, might view him as a blessing rather than a burden, challenged everything Vernon had told himself about the necessity of the boy's treatment and his own reluctant martyrdom in providing him with a home. If Harry had value to others, if he was worthy of love and protection, then Vernon's years of abuse and neglect were not unfortunate necessities but genuine crimes against an innocent child. "You can't just take him," Vernon protested weakly, his voice lacking the bluster and authority that had once made him so terrifying to a small boy with no other options. "We're his family. We have legal custody. There are procedures to follow, authorities to consult." But Kreacher simply produced the custody transfer documents, their official seals and ministerial signatures, making any argument about legal procedure completely pointless. "Mr. Vernon Dursley," he said formally, "you are hereby notified that custody of Harry James Potter has been transferred to his legally appointed guardian, Sirius Orion Black, by order of the Wizengamot, and with the full authority of the Ministry of Magic." The sound of small footsteps on the staircase announced Harry's arrival in the entrance hall, drawn by the commotion and the familiar voice of the house elf who had been his secret protector for almost 2 years. The boy who appeared at Vernon's shoulder was no longer the broken, terrified child who had once cowered in cupboards and begged for scraps of food. Kreacher's patient care and protection had allowed Harry's natural resilience to reassert itself, transforming him from victim to survivor to someone ready to reclaim his rightful place in the world. "Kreacher," Harry's voice was soft with wonder and growing hope as he processed the implications of the house elf's presence at his relative's front door. "Have you come to take me away from here?" The question was asked with the careful neutrality of someone who had learned not to invest too much hope in the possibility of rescue. But Kreacher could see the desperate longing hidden beneath Harry's composed exterior. This was a child who had dreamed of escape for so long that he had almost stopped believing it was possible, who had accepted his fate with the resignation of someone far older than his 6 years. "Yes, young master," Kreacher replied gently, his ancient heart swelling with pride and affection as he watched hope kindle in Harry's green eyes. "Your true family has come for you at last. You will never have to endure this place again." The transformation that came over Harry's face was like watching the sun emerge from behind storm clouds, illuminating features that had been marked by years of careful vigilance and suppressed emotion. For the first time since Kreacher had known him, the boy looked truly happy, radiating the kind of joy that came from the fulfillment of dreams too precious to voice aloud. But it was then that Sirius Black chose to reveal himself, stepping out of his concealment with the careful grace of someone who understood that first impressions could shape relationships for years to come. He had spent months preparing for this moment, working with Kreacher to understand Harry's temperament and needs, planning an approach that would offer comfort rather than overwhelming the boy with too much change too quickly. Harry's reaction to the appearance of his godfather was immediate and complex, his green eyes widening with recognition of something familiar in the tall, dark-haired man who looked so much like the moving photographs that Kreacher had shown him over the past months. This was Sirius Black, the friend of his parents who had been wrongfully imprisoned, the man who should have been his guardian from the beginning if justice had been served rather than perverted. "Hello, Harry," Sirius said softly, his voice thick with emotion, as he looked upon his best friend's son for the first time since infancy. "I'm Sirius, your father's best friend. I've been waiting a very long time to meet you properly." The moment that followed was one of the most profound in Harry's young life, as 6 years of loneliness and abandonment finally gave way to the recognition that he was not unwanted, not a burden, not the inconvenience that his relatives had always insisted he represented. Someone had come for him, someone who viewed him as precious rather than problematic, someone who offered love rather than grudging tolerance. Harry's response was wordless but eloquent, his small arms wrapping around Sirius's waist with the desperate strength of someone who had waited his entire life for a hug that was freely given rather than grudgingly endured. Sirius gathered his godson close, his own eyes filling with tears as he felt the boy's fierce embrace and understood the magnitude of what they had both lost during the years of their separation. Vernon Dursley watched this reunion with the dawning horror of someone who finally understood the true scope of his failure as a human being. The child he had viewed as worthless was clearly treasured by people who possessed the power to make his life very unpleasant indeed. The magical world he had spent years denying was asserting its reality with a force that made continued ignorance impossible. "What do you want me to tell people?" Vernon asked desperately, his voice cracking with the strain of a worldview collapsing in real time. "How do I explain his disappearance? What happens to us now?" But Kreacher had no patience for the concerns of someone who had forfeited any claim to consideration through years of systematic cruelty toward an innocent child. "You will tell people that Harry's rightful guardian has been found and custody has been transferred," he replied coldly. "You will express relief that you are no longer responsible for raising a child you never wanted. And you will consider yourself fortunate that no charges are being filed for the abuse and neglect you have inflicted upon someone who deserved your protection." As Harry gathered his few possessions from the cupboard that had served as his bedroom, as Sirius stood in the entrance hall trying to process the magnitude of what his godson had endured, as Vernon and Petunia watched their carefully ordered world transform into something beyond their understanding, Kreacher felt a satisfaction deeper than anything he had experienced in his long existence. The boy who had saved the wizarding world was finally being saved in return, rescued not by grand gestures or dramatic interventions, but by the patient work of someone who had chosen love over tradition, justice over convenience, hope over despair. Master Regulus would have been proud to see what his faithful servant had accomplished, how the lessons about individual moral choice had finally triumphed over centuries of institutional corruption. The journey from Privet Drive to Grimmauld Place was accomplished through side-along apparition, Harry experiencing magical transportation for the first time, as Sirius held him close and stepped through space with the casual ease of someone who had grown up taking such wonders for granted. The sensation of being compressed and stretched through dimensions beyond normal perception was startling but not frightening, simply another confirmation that Harry was finally entering the world where he truly belonged. Grimmauld Place had been transformed during the months of preparation, its dark corridors brightened with warm lighting and comfortable furnishings that spoke of genuine family life rather than aristocratic display. The portraits of dead black family members had been convinced or coerced into civil behavior, their traditional hostility toward outsiders tempered by the understanding that this particular outsider was now family in every way that mattered. Walburga Black's portrait greeted Harry with the kind of formal courtesy that she had once reserved for the most distinguished guests, her painted eyes studying the boy with interest rather than the contempt she had traditionally shown toward anyone who failed to meet her exacting standards of pure blood purity. "So you are the child my son died protecting," she said thoughtfully, her voice carrying none of the venom that had characterized her interactions with most visitors to the house. "You have his eyes, you know. Regulus always said that eyes were the windows to the soul, and yours show the kind of strength that comes from surviving trials that would break lesser spirits." Harry's response to his new home was everything that Sirius and Kreacher had hoped for, and more. The boy moved through the house with growing wonder and delight, marveling at rooms that were his to explore rather than areas where his presence was merely tolerated. Books were his to read, toys were his to play with, spaces were his to occupy without fear of punishment or criticism. But perhaps most importantly, Harry was surrounded by people who genuinely wanted him there, who viewed his presence as a gift rather than an obligation. Sirius threw himself into the role of guardian, with the enthusiasm of someone making up for lost time, planning activities and adventures that would give Harry the childhood that had been stolen from him during his years with the Dursleys. The transformation in Harry's behavior was remarkable to witness. The hypervigilant child who had once flinched away from sudden movements gradually relaxed into the security of knowing that the adults around him could be trusted to act in his best interests. His smiles came more easily. His laughter rang with genuine joy rather than desperate placation. His curiosity about the world around him was encouraged rather than punished. Kreacher watched this transformation with the satisfaction of someone whose patient work had finally borne fruit beyond his wildest expectations. The house elf had found his true purpose, at last, had discovered that the greatest magic was not in serving tradition, but in nurturing the growth of a young soul that would someday help heal a world scarred by hatred and fear. The boy's education began immediately, not the formal instruction that would come later at Hogwarts, but the kind of foundational knowledge that would prepare him for his place in the magical world. Sirius taught him about his parents, sharing stories and memories that filled the gaps in Harry's understanding of where he came from and who he was meant to become. More importantly, Harry learned about love in its many forms, the fierce protectiveness of a godfather who would die before allowing harm to come to his charge, the devoted service of a house elf who had chosen conscience over conditioning, the complicated affection of a painted portrait who had finally learned to value people over principles. As summer turned toward autumn and Harry's 7th birthday approached, preparations began for the celebration that would mark not just another year of life, but the beginning of a completely new existence. This would be Harry's first real birthday party, surrounded by people who loved him rather than endured him, celebrated rather than ignored. The guest list included everyone who had played a role in Harry's rescue. Remus Lupin, whose quiet wisdom and gentle nature made him the perfect honorary uncle. Augusta Longbottom, whose fierce protection of family had made her a natural ally in the fight for justice. Amelia Bones, whose commitment to law and order had ensured that truth triumphed over expedience. But perhaps the most important guest was Neville Longbottom, the boy who shared Harry's tragic history of parents destroyed by the war against Voldemort, but who had found strength through the love of his grandmother rather than the neglect of unwilling relatives. The friendship that began between these two boys would grow over the years into something that transcended mere companionship, becoming the kind of brotherhood that their fathers had once shared. As the celebration continued into the evening, as Harry experienced the joy of being surrounded by people who genuinely cared about his happiness, as gifts were opened and cake was shared and laughter filled rooms that had once echoed only with hatred and prejudice, Kreacher allowed himself a moment of pure contentment. The mission that had begun with Master Regulus's dying wish had been completed beyond anything that could have been hoped for at its beginning. Harry Potter was safe, loved, protected, and prepared for the destiny that awaited him as a member of the wizarding world. Sirius Black had been restored to his rightful place as guardian and family head, vindicated after years of wrongful imprisonment. The conspiracy that had denied them both their family connection had been exposed, and its perpetrators brought to justice. But perhaps most importantly, the house elf, who had once served tradition without question, had found his own voice, had learned to choose justice over convenience and love over hatred. Kreacher was no longer enslaved to the Black family, but bound to them by choice, serving not because he had to, but because he wanted to, protecting not because it was his duty, but because it was his joy. As the years ahead stretched out before them, filled with the promise of Hogwarts and adventures yet to come, Harry Potter finally understood what it meant to be truly home. The boy who had once slept in a cupboard now had a room of his own, a family that loved him, and a future bright with possibility. The transformation was complete, the circle closed, the promise fulfilled. Love had triumphed over hatred, justice had overcome corruption, and hope had conquered despair. The house elf, who had found his conscience at last, had proven that even the smallest among them could change the world when motivated by righteousness and love. And in the ancient halls of Grimmauld Place, where darkness had once reigned supreme, laughter echoed through rooms that had been redeemed by the simple recognition that every child deserved to be cherished, protected, and loved without condition or reservation. The boy who lived had finally learned to truly live, and nothing would ever be the same again. The house elf's investigation. The morning sun cast long shadows across Privet Drive as Kreacher materialized in the back garden of number 4, his form invisible to Muggle eyes, but solid enough to feel the dew-dampened grass beneath his bare feet. 3 days had passed since his confrontation with Walburga's portrait, 3 days of careful planning and preparation for what he now understood was the most important mission of his long life. Today, he would begin his systematic observation of Harry Potter's daily existence, documenting every cruelty, every neglect, every moment of casual brutality that the Wizarding World's savior endured in silence. The house elf had arrived early, before the Dursley family stirred from their beds, wanting to witness the full scope of Harry's morning routine. He positioned himself beneath the kitchen window, where the overgrown hedge provided additional concealment, and settled in to wait. The protective wards that surrounded the property hummed faintly in his magical senses, but they recognized him as neither threat nor intruder. After all, what harm could a house elf possibly pose to the boy who lived? If only they knew, Kreacher thought grimly, how much harm had already been inflicted by those charged with Harry's care. The first sign of movement came from the smallest bedroom window, where a thin curtain twitched aside to reveal a small face peering out at the brightening sky. Harry Potter was awake, as Kreacher had observed he always was, before anyone else in the household stirred. The boy had learned, through painful experience no doubt, that being caught asleep when his relatives expected him to be working was an offense that carried swift punishment. Kreacher watched as the window closed again, followed by the soft sounds of careful movement from within the house. Harry was getting dressed, probably in the same oversized clothes he had worn the day before, preparing for another day of servitude disguised as family life. The house elf felt his magic crackling beneath his skin, responding to the protective fury that built in his chest every time he witnessed the systematic destruction of a child's spirit. 20 minutes later, the back door opened with barely a whisper of sound. Harry emerged into the garden, moving with the peculiar grace of someone who had learned to navigate through hostility without drawing attention. He was indeed wearing the same clothes as yesterday, a faded t-shirt that hung like a tent on his small frame, and shorts that were held up by a piece of rope threaded through the belt loops. His dark hair was even more disheveled than usual, sticking up at impossible angles that no amount of water could tame. But it was the boy's face that broke Kreacher's heart anew each time he saw it. 4 years old, and already Harry Potter carried himself like someone who expected the world to hurt him. His green eyes darted constantly, checking for threats, assessing escape routes, cataloguing potential sources of anger or displeasure. He moved through the world like a prey animal, hyper-vigilant and ready to flee at the first sign of danger. The child made his way to a small patch of garden near the tool shed, where Petunia Dursley had grudgingly allowed him to tend a few struggling vegetables. It was not kindness that motivated this permission, Kreacher knew, but rather the woman's desire to have someone else perform the tedious work of weeding and watering. Harry knelt among the tomato plants with careful precision, his small hands gentle as he removed the weeds that threatened to choke out the fragile growth. Watching him work, Kreacher was struck by the paradox of Harry's situation. Here was a child who had survived the killing curse, who carried within him magic powerful enough to destroy the most feared dark wizard in centuries, reduced to grubbing in the dirt for vegetables he would likely never be allowed to eat. The injustice of it burned in Kreacher's chest like acid, eating away at the last vestiges of his acceptance of the world's fundamental unfairness. The peaceful morning was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps on the kitchen tiles, followed by Vernon Dursley's booming voice echoing through the open window. "Boy, where's my breakfast? You know I need to leave for work in 20 minutes." Harry's reaction was immediate and heartbreaking. His small body went rigid with fear, his hands freezing in their gentle work among the plants. For a moment, he looked like he might cry, but then he drew in a shaky breath and pushed himself to his feet with the resigned efficiency of someone far older than his years. "Coming, Uncle Vernon," he called back, his voice carefully modulated, to show respect, without betraying the fear that Kreacher could see written clearly across his features. The boy ran toward the house, his bare feet silent on the dew-slick grass, but even his hurry was not enough to satisfy his uncle's expectations. As Harry pushed through the back door, Vernon's meaty hand came down across the back of his head with a casual violence that made Kreacher's vision blur with rage. 20 minutes, I said. Are you deaf as well as useless? Get moving before I give you something to really cry about." Kreacher followed Harry's progress through the house by sound alone, his magical senses tracking the boy's movement through the walls. The refrigerator door opened and closed, followed by the sizzle of bacon hitting a hot pan and the crack of eggs being broken into a bowl. Harry was cooking breakfast for his relatives, standing on a chair to reach the stovetop safely, his 4-year-old hands somehow managing tasks that should have been far beyond his capabilities. The irony was not lost on Kreacher that this was exactly the kind of work he himself had performed for the Black family for decades. The difference was that he had been an adult, possessed of magical abilities that protected him from serious harm, and even then the work had often felt crushing and demoralizing. Harry was a child, barely past toddlerhood, with no magic to shield him from burns or cuts or the casual violence of his relatives' displeasure. Through the kitchen window, Kreacher could see Vernon Dursley settling his considerable bulk into a chair at the breakfast table, his small piggy eyes fixed on a newspaper, while he waited for his meal to appear. The man was enormous, his neck disappearing into folds of flesh, his hands like ham hocks as he drummed impatiently on the wooden surface. Everything about him radiated an entitled expectation of service, a casual assumption that others existed solely for his convenience. Harry appeared in Kreacher's line of sight, carefully carrying a plate loaded with bacon, eggs, and buttered toast. The boy had to stretch up on his tiptoes to set the plate in front of his uncle, his small arms trembling slightly with the effort of managing the heavy dish without dropping it. Vernon didn't acknowledge the service with so much as a grunt, simply picked up his fork and began eating with the mechanical efficiency of someone who had never questioned where his meals came from. The process repeated itself twice more as Harry served Petunia and Dudley their breakfasts, each delivery executed with the same careful precision. Kreacher noted that the boy's own place at the table remained empty, marked only by a small glass of water and a single slice of dry toast. Even that meagre portion would not be touched until the family had finished their meal and Harry had cleaned up after them. Dudley Dursley was perhaps the most disturbing member of the household to observe, if only because his cruelty had the thoughtless enthusiasm of youth rather than the calculated coldness of his parents. The boy was large for his age, already showing signs of the obesity that ran in his father's line, with small, mean eyes and a mouth that seemed permanently fixed in a petulant scowl. Everything about him screamed of a child who had never been denied anything, never been told no, never learned that other people had feelings that mattered. As Harry approached with his cousin's breakfast, Dudley suddenly reached out and shoved the smaller boy's shoulder with casual violence. Harry stumbled, fighting to keep his balance and prevent the plate from falling, his face going white with the fear of what would happen if he dropped food on his aunt's pristine kitchen floor. "Oops," Dudley said with a giggle that held no actual mirth. "Freak nearly dropped your breakfast, Dad. Good thing he caught it, or Mum would have to clean up the mess." Vernon chuckled approvingly, as if his son's casual cruelty was evidence of admirable spirit rather than budding sociopathy. "Watch yourself, boy," he said to Harry without looking up from his newspaper. "You know how your aunt feels about messes in her kitchen?" Harry said nothing, simply set Dudley's plate down, with hands that shook almost imperceptibly, and retreated to his position by the counter. He remained standing, waiting for his family to finish eating, ready to spring into action the moment any of them needed something. His own breakfast grew cold on the table, but he didn't dare sit down without permission, didn't dare assume he was welcome at the family meal. Kreacher found himself clenching his fists so tightly that his fingernails drew blood from his palms. This was not a family. This was a hierarchy of cruelty with Harry at the very bottom, a system designed to break his spirit so thoroughly that he would never question his place in the world. The house elf had seen similar dynamics in pure-blood households, had watched children ground down by parents who viewed them as disappointing investments rather than beloved offspring. But those children had at least been blood relatives, connected by bonds of family, however twisted. Harry was truly alone among people who viewed him as an unwelcome burden, a reminder of obligations they resented having to fulfill. Petunia Dursley was perhaps the most complex figure in this tableau of dysfunction, her cruelty tempered by what seemed like genuine internal conflict. She was a thin, sharp-featured woman who moved through her house like a general inspecting troops, her pale eyes constantly seeking imperfections to correct. When she looked at Harry, her expression cycled through emotions too quickly to catalogue: resentment, fear, disgust, and something that might have been guilt before it was ruthlessly suppressed. "Finish your breakfast and get the dishes started," she said to Harry, once the rest of the family had eaten their fill. "Mrs. Henderson from next door is coming by this afternoon, and I want this house spotless. You know how she talks if she finds even a speck of dust." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied automatically, his voice carefully neutral. He had learned not to show enthusiasm or reluctance, emotions that might provoke questions or criticism. Better to be a blank slate, responsive but unremarkable, invisible unless directly addressed. Kreacher watched as the boy cleared the table with practiced efficiency, stacking plates and gathering silverware with movements that spoke of long experience. Harry had to drag a chair over to the sink to reach the taps, then stood precariously balanced while he filled the basin with hot, soapy water. Steam rose around his small figure as he began washing dishes that were nearly as large as he was, his movements careful and methodical. The casual way the family treated this as normal was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire scene. Vernon finished his breakfast and left for work without a word of acknowledgement. Dudley wandered into the sitting room to watch television, leaving his sticky fingerprints on every surface he touched. Petunia busied herself with her own preparations for the day, occasionally barking orders at Harry, but otherwise treating him like part of the furniture. Only when the house was empty, except for Harry and his aunt, did the real work begin. Petunia produced a list, written in her sharp, angular handwriting, a catalogue of chores that would have been ambitious for an adult with magical assistance. Harry was expected to vacuum the carpets, dust the furniture, clean the bathrooms, organize Dudley's toys, tend the garden, and prepare lunch, all while maintaining the spotless appearance that his aunt demanded. Kreacher followed the boy's progress through the house, marveling at the sheer endurance required to complete such tasks. Harry dragged a vacuum cleaner nearly as tall as himself from room to room, pushing it with all his small strength across carpets that showed no visible dirt. He climbed on chairs and stools to dust shelves and picture frames, his small hands careful not to disturb any of his aunt's precious knickknacks. In the bathrooms, he scrubbed toilets and bathtubs with an attention to detail that would have impressed the most demanding house elf. But it was in Dudley's room that Kreacher's anger reached truly dangerous levels. The space was a temple to excess, filled with more toys and games than a dozen children could reasonably play with. Action figures lay scattered across the floor like the aftermath of a battle, their plastic limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Board games had been left half-finished, their pieces mixed together in colourful chaos. Books with torn pages and broken spines created precarious towers that threatened to topple at the slightest touch. Harry worked his way through this disaster with the patience of a saint, sorting toys into their proper containers, reassembling games that had been carelessly destroyed, arranging books with the reverence of someone who had rarely been allowed to touch such treasures. Kreacher could see the longing in the boy's eyes as he handled the volumes, the careful way he smoothed torn pages and straightened bent covers. Here was a child who would have treasured a single book, given the chance, forced to clean up after someone who destroyed them without a second thought. The most heartbreaking moment came when Harry discovered a small wooden train set buried beneath a pile of rejected clothing. The toy was beautifully crafted, with intricate details painted in bright primary colors, clearly expensive and well made. But Dudley had lost interest in it months ago, and several of the cars had been broken in fits of temper. Harry spent nearly 20 minutes trying to repair the damage, his small fingers working with surprising skill to reattach wheels and straighten bent couplings. For just a moment, as he successfully fixed a particularly troublesome connection, Harry's face lit up with genuine pleasure. It was the first time Kreacher had seen the boy smile, and the transformation was remarkable. Suddenly, he looked like what he was, a 4-year-old child delighted by a simple toy. The expression lasted only seconds before it was hidden again behind his mask of careful neutrality, but it was enough to show Kreacher what Harry could have been in a world that valued his happiness. The afternoon brought new horrors as Dudley returned from his morning activities with a pack of neighborhood children in tow. These were boys slightly older than Dudley, drawn to him by his aggressive confidence and his parents' willingness to supply unlimited snacks and entertainment. They descended on the house like a plague of locusts, tracking mud through Petunia's pristine hallways and leaving chaos in their wake. Harry's status among this group was immediately clear. He was their entertainment, their target, the object of games that had names like Harry Hunting and Freak Tag. The rules were simple: chase Harry, corner him, make him cry if possible. The adults found these activities amusing rather than concerning, viewing them as evidence of healthy childhood energy rather than systematic bullying. Kreacher watched in growing fury as the pack of boys chased Harry through the garden, their laughter taking on a cruel edge as they closed in on their prey. The child ran with the desperate speed of genuine fear, his small legs pumping as he tried to stay ahead of his tormentors. When they finally cornered him near the garden shed, Harry pressed himself against the wooden wall and tried to make himself as small as possible, his green eyes wide with terror. "Found you, freak!" Dudley crowed, his face flushed with excitement. "You know what happens now." The boys closed in with the calculated cruelty of young predators, and Kreacher had to exercise every ounce of self-control to prevent himself from intervening directly. His magic was singing with the need to protect, to strike back at these children who had never known a day of suffering in their pampered lives. But he could not reveal himself, could not risk exposing his presence before he fully understood the scope of Harry's situation. Instead, he settled for subtle intervention, using his house elf abilities to create small distractions and obstacles. A sudden gust of wind scattered leaves in the boys' faces, breaking their concentration just long enough for Harry to slip away. A loose board in the garden fence gave way at precisely the right moment, creating a gap that only a child Harry's size could squeeze through. A sprinkler system activated without warning, soaking Dudley's friends and sending them running for the safety of the house. The reprieve was temporary, Kreacher knew, but it gave Harry a few precious minutes of peace. The boy had found refuge in the small space behind the garden shed, where overgrown bushes created a natural hiding place. He sat with his knees drawn up to his chest, his face buried in his arms, his small shoulders shaking with suppressed tears. It was then that Kreacher heard something that made his ancient heart skip a beat. Harry was talking to himself, but not in the random chatter of a normal child. He was conducting a conversation with invisible companions, creating a fantasy world where he was not alone, where someone cared about his welfare and wanted to spend time with him. "You would protect me, wouldn't you?" Harry whispered to his imaginary friend. "You wouldn't let them hurt me just for fun. You would make sure I had enough to eat, and maybe even a real bed to sleep in." The longing in that small voice was so profound that Kreacher felt tears gathering in his own eyes. This child was so desperate for love, for protection, for the simple acknowledgement of his worth as a human being, that he had been forced to create relationships out of nothing but hope and imagination. He was 4 years old, and already he understood that the world was a hostile place where kindness had to be manufactured in the privacy of his own mind. Kreacher made a decision in that moment that would have consequences far beyond anything he could imagine. Harry Potter would not spend another day believing he was truly alone in the world. The boy might not be ready to learn about house elves and the magical world that was his birthright, but he could know that someone was watching over him, someone who cared about his welfare and would work tirelessly to improve his circumstances. The house elf began with small things, interventions so subtle that they could be dismissed as coincidence or luck. When Harry was forced to clean windows on a ladder that was clearly too tall for safe use, Kreacher steadied it with invisible hands. When the boy fell asleep over his chores and risked punishment for laziness, the house elf quietly completed the work while Harry dozed. When Vernon's temper flared to dangerous levels, Kreacher ensured that urgent phone calls or unexpected visitors interrupted before violence could escalate beyond verbal abuse. But even these small kindnesses could not address the fundamental problem of Harry's living conditions. As evening approached, and Kreacher prepared to return to Grimmauld Place, he conducted a final survey of the house where the boy who lived was supposedly being protected. What he found there would have made even Walburga Black blanch with shock. Harry's bedroom was not a bedroom at all, but a cupboard under the stairs barely large enough to contain a child's bed. The space was cramped, airless, and dark, furnished with nothing but a thin mattress, a moth-eaten blanket, and a few of Dudley's broken toys that had been deemed unsuitable for the charity bin. There was no lamp, no books, no pictures on the walls. It was a space designed for storage, not human habitation, and certainly not for a child who had saved the wizarding world from unspeakable darkness. The contrast with Dudley's room was so stark as to be obscene. The Dursleys' son enjoyed a space 3 times the size of Harry's cupboard, filled with every luxury that money could buy. 2 beds dominated the room, in case Dudley wanted to sprawl while sleeping, complemented by a television, a computer, and enough toys to stock a small shop. It was the room of a child who had never wanted for anything, who had never been denied any desire no matter how unreasonable. Kreacher spent the last hour of his surveillance cataloguing every aspect of Harry's treatment, building a mental inventory of neglect and abuse that would serve as evidence of the wizarding world's abandonment of its savior. The boy was underfed, undersized for his age, dressed in clothes that had been discarded by his larger cousin. His hair had clearly never been properly cut, his shoes were held together with tape, and his few possessions could be counted on one hand. More damaging than the physical deprivation was the emotional wasteland in which Harry lived. He received no affection, no encouragement, no recognition of his worth as a person. His relatives spoke to him only to issue orders or express displeasure, treating him like a particularly troublesome piece of furniture that occasionally required harsh correction. He had no friends, no advocates, no one who would stand up for him when cruelty became too extreme to ignore. As night fell and the Dursley family settled into their evening routines, Kreacher made his way back to number 12 Grimmauld Place with a heart full of righteous fury and a mind racing with plans. He had seen enough to understand that Harry Potter was not being protected, but slowly destroyed, ground down day by day, until nothing remained of the spirit that had once defied the Dark Lord himself. The wizarding world celebrated their freedom from Voldemort's terror, without understanding that their savior lived in a different kind of terror, one that was quieter, but no less destructive. Harry Potter was being systematically broken by the very people charged with his care, and no one in authority seemed to know or care about the price their hero was paying for their peace. But that was about to change. Kreacher had found his true mission at last, and nothing would prevent him from fulfilling it. Master Regulus had died trying to protect the innocent from darkness, and his faithful house elf would carry on that work regardless of the cost. Harry Potter would not be abandoned any longer. Someone would fight for him, protect him, ensure that he survived to claim the destiny that was rightfully his. The boy might not know it yet, but he was no longer truly alone in the world. Help was coming, and it would not be deterred by obstacles or opposition. The house elf who had once served darkness had found the light, and he would follow it wherever it led, even if it meant defying centuries of tradition and the weight of his own conditioning. Harry Potter had saved the wizarding world without even knowing it. Now it was time for someone to save Harry Potter, and Kreacher was determined that he would be the one to do it. Walburga's Wrath and Family Secrets. The silence that greeted Kreacher upon his return to Grimmauld Place was deceptive in its apparent tranquility. The house elf could feel the tension crackling in the ancient air, could sense the fury radiating from Walburga Black's portrait, even through the heavy curtains that concealed her frame. She had been waiting for him, building her rage like a carefully tended fire, preparing arguments and threats that would bring her rebellious servant back into line. Kreacher moved through the entrance hall with deliberate calm, his bare feet silent on the moth-eaten carpet. 3 days of observing Harry Potter's systematic abuse had crystallized his resolve into something unbreakable, a core of determination that no amount of intimidation could shake. He was no longer the conflicted house elf who had fled this confrontation earlier in the week. He was someone who had seen innocence being destroyed and chosen to stand against it, regardless of the personal cost. The grandfather clock chimed 11 times, its deep voice echoing through the empty corridors like a funeral bell. Kreacher paused before the concealed portrait, gathering his thoughts and steeling himself for the battle that was about to commence. He could hear Walburga stirring behind the curtains, her painted form shifting with anticipation and barely contained malevolence. So the traitor returns, her voice cut through the silence like a blade, dripping with venom and aristocratic disdain. 3 days you have ignored my commands. 3 days you have pursued your pathetic obsession with that mongrel child. Have you come to beg forgiveness, or do you intend to compound your betrayal with further defiance? Kreacher straightened to his full height, though it was not particularly impressive by human standards. The gesture was symbolic rather than practical, a way of asserting his newfound independence in the face of centuries of conditioning. When he spoke, his voice was steady and clear, carrying none of the usual trembling deference that had characterized his interactions with the Black family matriarch. Kreacher has seen the truth of Harry Potter's situation, mistress. The boy is not protected as the wizarding world believes. He is abused, neglected, treated worse than Kreacher has ever been treated in this house. Master Regulus would not have wanted this. Master Regulus would have acted to save him. Walburga's laugh was like breaking glass, sharp and cutting and devoid of any warmth. Regulus, you dare invoke my son's name to justify your madness? Regulus is dead because he was weak, because he allowed sentiment to cloud his judgment, because he forgot the lessons I spent years teaching him about blood purity and family loyalty. Would you honor his memory by repeating his mistakes? The accusation struck deep, as Walburga had intended, but it no longer had the power to break Kreacher's resolve. Instead, it sparked a flame of righteous anger that had been building for days. Master Regulus was not weak, he said, his voice gaining strength with each word. Master Regulus was brave. He saw the evil of Voldemort and chose to oppose it, even knowing it would cost him his life. He died protecting what he believed was right, not serving what he knew was wrong. Silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of words that could not be unsaid. Kreacher had crossed a line that few house elves in history had dared to approach, directly challenging not just Walburga's authority, but the fundamental beliefs that had shaped the Black family for generations. The painted woman's face was a mask of fury so profound that it seemed to make the very air around her portrait shimmer with malevolent energy. "You know nothing of my son's motivations," she hissed, her voice dropping to a whisper that was somehow more threatening than her previous shouts. "You are a house elf, a magical creature bred to serve, incapable of understanding the complexities of wizarding, politics, and family honor. Regulus died because he was deceived, manipulated by those who sought to use his youth and idealism against him." But Kreacher was no longer listening with the automatic acceptance that had once characterized his interactions with family members. Instead, his mind was racing, processing implications and connections that he had never been allowed to explore before. If Master Regulus had truly been deceived, why had he taken such elaborate precautions to hide his true mission? Why had he written letters expressing doubts about the cause he was supposedly dying to serve? Why had he specifically instructed Kreacher to protect Harry Potter if the boy was truly their family's enemy? "Kreacher knows more than Mistress believes," he said carefully, testing the waters of this new dynamic. Master Regulus left instructions, letters explaining his actions and his beliefs. He did not die serving the Dark Lord. He died opposing him. The effect of these words on Walburga was immediate and dramatic. Her painted face went white with shock, then flushed deep red with rage and what might have been fear. For nearly 5 years, she had clung to the fiction that her youngest son had died a hero's death in service to the pure blood cause, that his sacrifice had meaning within the framework of beliefs she had spent her life defending. "Lies!" she shrieked, her voice rising to a pitch that made the crystal chandelier overhead tremble with sympathetic vibrations. "Regulus would never betray everything I taught him, would never turn against his own family and blood. You are delusional, mad with grief, imagining treasons that exist only in your fevered mind." But Kreacher was already moving toward the library, driven by an impulse he could not resist. If Walburga wanted proof of her son's true beliefs, then proof she would have. The letter hidden behind the loose stone in the fireplace was only the beginning. Master Regulus had been careful, methodical in his opposition to Voldemort, and he had left a trail of evidence that painted a picture very different from the one his mother had constructed. The library was dark and musty, filled with shadows that seemed to whisper of old secrets and forgotten truths. Kreacher made his way to the fireplace with the confidence of someone who had cleaned every inch of this room countless times over the decades. His fingers found the loose stone immediately, working it free to reveal the hidden compartment that Master Regulus had carved out with such care. Inside, wrapped in oiled cloth to protect it from moisture and time, was a collection of documents that represented Master Regulus's gradual awakening to the horror of the cause he had once supported. Letters to friends expressing growing doubts about Voldemort's methods, newspaper clippings documenting atrocities committed by Death Eaters, research notes about Horcruxes and the dark magic that required murder to create them. And at the bottom of the collection, a detailed account of the mission that had cost Master Regulus his life. Kreacher gathered the documents with trembling hands, overwhelmed by the weight of secrets that had been hidden for so long. Master Regulus had been 17 when he first began to question the beliefs that had been instilled in him from childhood, 18 when he realized that the Dark Lord was not a savior of pure blood values, but a monster who cared nothing for anyone but himself. By the time he was 19, he had committed himself to active opposition, even knowing that it would likely cost him everything. The house elf made his way back to the entrance hall, his arms full of evidence that would shatter Walburga's carefully constructed narrative. She was waiting for him, her portrait no longer concealed behind curtains, her painted eyes burning with a mixture of anticipation and dread. She knew, Kreacher realized, that whatever he had discovered would change everything between them forever. Master Regulus began having doubts during his second year as a Death Eater, Kreacher said, his voice steady as he began to read from one of the letters. He wrote to his friend, Marcus Flint, "The Dark Lord's methods grow more extreme with each passing month. What began as a movement to preserve wizarding traditions has become something darker, something that demands cruelty for its own sake, rather than as a means to an end." "Stop," Walburga whispered, her voice barely audible. You do not understand what you are reading. Do not comprehend the pressures that were brought to bear on a young man trying to navigate impossible circumstances." But Kreacher continued reading, his voice growing stronger with each damning revelation. By the winter of 1978, Master Regulus had begun actively gathering intelligence about Voldemort's plans, particularly his research into immortality through dark magic. He had learned about the Horcruxes, understood that the Dark Lord had split his soul multiple times to achieve a perverted form of eternal life. The knowledge had horrified him in ways that simple political disagreement never could. The most devastating document was Master Regulus's final letter, written the night before his mission to the Sea Cave. In it, he explained his growing conviction that Voldemort represented not the salvation of pure blood society, but its complete corruption. He wrote of children murdered for sport, of families destroyed to satisfy the Dark Lord's paranoid suspicions, of a movement that had abandoned every principle it claimed to defend in pursuit of power without conscience or restraint. "I have come to understand," the letter concluded, "that true honor lies not in blind obedience to family tradition, but in standing against evil, regardless of its source. If I do not survive my attempt to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, I pray that those who come after me will continue the fight for a world where children can grow up without fear, where love is valued more than blood purity, where mercy is seen as strength rather than weakness." The silence that followed Kreacher's reading was absolute. Even the house itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for Walburga to process the magnitude of what she had just learned. Her painted face cycled through a dozen emotions in as many seconds: denial, rage, grief, confusion, and finally a kind of hollow understanding that seemed to age her by decades. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper, drained of the imperious authority that had once made even adult wizards tremble. "He was my baby," she said, the words seemingly torn from her throat by some force beyond her control. "My youngest son, my pride, my hope for the family's future. How could he have hidden such thoughts from me? How could I have failed to see the doubt in his eyes?" Kreacher felt an unexpected surge of sympathy for the woman who had tormented him for so many years. Walburga Black was a product of her upbringing and her time, shaped by generations of pure blood supremacy and aristocratic privilege. She had genuinely believed that she was preparing her sons for greatness, that the values she instilled in them would serve as armor against the complexities of the adult world. The revelation that her teachings had instead driven her youngest child to his death was a blow from which she might never recover. "Master Regulus loved you, mistress," Kreacher said gently, setting the documents aside and moving closer to the portrait. "He never stopped loving you, even when he could no longer follow the path you had chosen for him. His letters speak of his grief at having to hide his true feelings, his hope that someday you might understand why he chose conscience over conformity." But Walburga was no longer listening to platitudes about love and understanding. Her mind was working with the sharp intelligence that had made her one of the most formidable women of her generation, connecting dots and drawing conclusions that led to uncomfortable truths about her own role in her son's fate. "If Regulus died opposing Voldemort," she said slowly, her voice gaining strength as she worked through the implications, "then his final command to you was not about destroying a locket, but about continuing his mission. You believe that protecting the Potter boy is what he would have wanted, what he died trying to achieve." "Yes, mistress," Kreacher replied simply. Master Regulus understood that Harry Potter represents hope for a better future, a world where children are not murdered for their blood status or political convenience. He died trying to weaken Voldemort, and his final wish was that the boy who defeated the Dark Lord should be protected and cherished, not abandoned to suffer in silence. Walburga stared at him for a long moment, her painted eyes searching his face for signs of deception or madness. But Kreacher met her gaze steadily, his resolve unshaken by the weight of her scrutiny. He had found his purpose at last, had discovered a cause worth fighting for, regardless of the personal cost. Master Regulus had shown him that true loyalty meant more than blind obedience, that real honor required the courage to stand against evil, even when it wore familiar faces. The painted woman closed her eyes, and for a moment she looked every one of her many years. When she opened them again, something fundamental had shifted in her expression, a softening that spoke of grief acknowledged and assumptions challenged. "Tell me about the boy," she said quietly. "Tell me what you have seen in that Muggle house, what has driven you to such desperate measures. If my son died believing this child was worth saving, then perhaps it is time I understood why." And so Kreacher began to speak, describing in careful detail the systematic abuse and neglect that had become Harry Potter's daily reality. He told her about the cupboard under the stairs, about meals withheld as punishment for imagined infractions, about casual violence delivered by relatives who should have protected him. He spoke of a 4-year-old child forced to cook and clean and tend to the needs of adults who treated him like an unwelcome burden rather than family. As he spoke, Walburga's expression grew increasingly horrified. Whatever her feelings about blood purity and wizarding supremacy, she was still a mother, still someone who understood the sacred duty that adults owed to children in their care. The idea that the boy who lived was being systematically destroyed by those charged with his protection struck at something deeper than political ideology, touched the core values that transcended even the deepest prejudices. "This is unconscionable," she whispered when Kreacher finished his recitation. "Whatever his blood status, whatever his parentage, he is still a child. He saved our world from darkness, and this is how we repay him? By allowing him to be tortured by Muggles who lack even the basic decency to feed him properly?" Kreacher nodded, grateful beyond measure that she was beginning to understand. "The wizarding world celebrates its freedom, while their savior suffers in silence," he said. "They build monuments to his victory, while he sleeps in a cupboard and begs for scraps of food. Master Regulus would not have tolerated such injustice. He would have acted to save the boy, regardless of what others might think." For the first time in their long association, Walburga Black looked at Kreacher with something approaching respect. The house elf, who had served her family for decades, was revealing depths of moral clarity and personal courage that she had never suspected existed. He was no longer the broken creature who had absorbed her cruelties without complaint, but someone who had found his own voice and chosen to use it in service of justice rather than tradition. "You are right," she said finally, the words seeming to surprise her as much as they did Kreacher. Regulus would have protected the boy, would have defied convention and family expectations to ensure that an innocent child was not destroyed by the negligence of his guardians. If that is truly what my son would have wanted, then perhaps it is time I stopped clinging to beliefs that drove him away from me. The admission was like a dam breaking, releasing years of suppressed grief and guilt that had been festering beneath Walburga's imperious facade. She had spent 5 years constructing elaborate justifications for her son's death, telling herself that he had died a hero's death in service to noble ideals. The truth that he had been fighting against everything she had taught him was devastating, but it also offered a path toward understanding and perhaps even redemption. "What would you have me do?" she asked, her voice small and uncertain, in a way that Kreacher had never heard before. "I am a portrait, a shadow of a woman who has been dead for decades. My influence in the world is limited to this house and the few visitors who brave its defenses. How can I help protect a child I will never meet?" Kreacher felt a surge of hope that he had not experienced since Master Regulus's death. If Walburga could be brought to understand the justice of his mission, if she could be convinced to support rather than oppose his efforts, then perhaps there was hope for meaningful change in Harry Potter's life, The Black family still commanded respect in certain circles of wizarding society, still possessed resources and connections that could be marshaled in service of a worthy cause. The house contains treasures that could be sold to provide for Harry's needs, Kreacher said carefully, testing the waters of this new understanding. Gold and artifacts that gather dust while a child goes hungry. Master Regulus left instructions for the disposition of his personal inheritance, money that he wanted used to fight against dark magic and protect the innocent. Walburga considered this for a moment, her painted brow furrowed with thought. The idea of liquidating family treasures would once have been anathema to her, a violation of everything she believed about preserving blood legacy and aristocratic dignity. But the revelation of Regulus's true beliefs had shaken her fundamental assumptions about what constituted honor and appropriate action. There are also political considerations, she said slowly, her mind working through possibilities and complications. The wizarding world believes the boy is safe and happy with his relatives. If we intervene directly, there will be questions, investigations, potential consequences for anyone who challenges the current arrangement. Albus Dumbledore himself placed the child with those muggles, and few would dare to question his judgment openly. But Kreacher was undeterred by such obstacles. He had spent the last several days thinking through exactly these problems, developing strategies that would allow him to help Harry without triggering the kind of official response that might make the situation worse. Kreacher can act without exposing the Black family to scrutiny, he said, with growing confidence. House elf magic is subtle, difficult for wizards to detect or counteract. Small improvements in the boy's circumstances, protection from the worst abuses, guidance and comfort when he needs them most. And when he is older, when he is ready to learn about his heritage and his place in our world, then perhaps more direct action can be taken. The plan was ambitious, but achievable, requiring patience and careful execution, but offering the possibility of real change in Harry's life. Walburga listened with growing interest, her strategic mind already beginning to see ways that such an approach might succeed, where more dramatic interventions would fail. "You would do this for my son's memory?" she asked quietly. "You would risk everything you have known, everything you have been taught, to honor the wishes of a boy who died 5 years ago?" Kreacher met her painted gaze without flinching. "Master Regulus was the best of the Black family," he said simply. He saw beyond blood and breeding to the value of individual souls, recognized that true nobility comes from choosing to protect the weak rather than exploiting them. If honoring his memory means defying centuries of tradition, then so be it. Some traditions deserve to be broken. Walburga was silent for a long time, her painted eyes focused on something beyond the confines of her gilded frame. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight of decision that seemed to echo through the ancient halls of Grimmauld Place. "Then go," she said, her words falling like a benediction in the dusty air. "Go and protect the child my son died trying to save. Use whatever resources you need. Take whatever actions seem necessary. Defy whatever authorities stand in your way. And know that for the first time in 5 years, I am proud to call myself the mother of Regulus Black." Kreacher felt tears gathering in his large eyes, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had just transpired. For decades, he had lived in the shadow of Walburga's disapproval, had absorbed her prejudices and cruelties until they became part of his own identity. To have her blessing for his mission, to know that she finally understood what her son had been trying to accomplish, was a gift beyond price. "Thank you, mistress," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Master Regulus would be proud to know that his mother chose love over hatred, protection over prejudice, hope over despair. As dawn broke over London, painting the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place in shades of gold and amber, Kreacher prepared for the next phase of his mission. He was no longer operating in isolation, no longer fighting against the weight of family disapproval and centuries of conditioning. He had been given permission to act, to use whatever means necessary to protect Harry Potter from the forces that sought to destroy him. The boy sleeping in his cupboard beneath the stairs had no idea that his life was about to change, that someone had finally decided he was worth fighting for. But change was coming nonetheless, subtle at first, but growing stronger with each passing day, until the child who had saved the wizarding world would finally be saved in return. Master Regulus had asked him to choose between tradition and conscience, between obedience and justice. Kreacher had made his choice, and he would see it through to the end, no matter the cost. Harry Potter would not be abandoned any longer. The house elf who had once served darkness had found the light, and he would follow it wherever it led, secure in the knowledge that he was finally, truly, serving the cause of righteousness. The first rescue. The afternoon sun beat down mercilessly on Privet Drive, turning the pristine suburban street into a furnace of reflected heat and simmering tempers. Inside number 4, the temperature had been rising steadily since Vernon Dursley's return from work, his massive frame radiating fury like a blast furnace as he stomped through the house, searching for targets for his rage. It had been, by any measure, a spectacularly bad day at Grunnings, the drill company where he served as director, and Vernon was not the sort of man who suffered setbacks in dignified silence. Kreacher materialized in the shadows of the Dursleys' garden shed, his magical senses immediately attuned to the dangerous electricity crackling through the house's atmosphere. 3 weeks had passed since his confrontation with Walburga's portrait. 3 weeks of careful observation and subtle intervention that had begun to improve Harry Potter's circumstances in small but meaningful ways. The boy was eating slightly better, sleeping more soundly, finding mysterious assistance with his impossible list of daily chores. But today felt different, charged with the kind of malevolent energy that preceded genuine violence rather than the casual cruelty that had become Harry's normal existence. Through the kitchen window, Kreacher could see Vernon pacing back and forth like a caged beast, his thick neck purple with suppressed rage, his small piggy eyes darting about as if searching for something to destroy. The man was a creature of simple appetites and simpler solutions, someone who dealt with frustration by finding weaker targets to dominate and intimidate. On most days, his wife and son provided sufficient outlets for his aggressive impulses, but today his fury seemed to require more substantial relief. Harry was washing dishes at the kitchen sink, standing on the rickety step-stool that allowed him to reach the taps, his small hands moving with the careful precision of someone who understood that even the smallest mistake could have catastrophic consequences. At 4 years old, he had already learned to read the subtle signs of his uncle's moods, to recognize the difference between routine displeasure and genuine danger. The way Vernon's footsteps grew heavier with each pass, the way his breathing became more labored and aggressive, the way his massive hands clenched and unclenched in unconscious preparation for violence, all spoke of a storm gathering force. The explosion, when it came, was triggered by something so trivial that it would have been laughable under different circumstances. Harry, stretching to place a clean plate in the drying rack, lost his grip on the ceramic disc for just a moment. His reflexes, sharpened by months of similar near disasters, allowed him to catch the plate before it could hit the floor, but not before it had clinked against the edge of the sink with a sound like breaking glass. The noise cut through Vernon's building rage like a match thrown into gasoline. His head snapped toward the kitchen with predatory focus, his eyes lighting up with the kind of malevolent pleasure that came from finally finding a legitimate target for his accumulated frustrations. Here was something he could control, something he could punish without fear of consequences or retaliation. What was that? Vernon's voice boomed through the house like thunder, causing Harry to flinch so violently that he nearly dropped the plate again. I heard something break in there, boy. What have you destroyed now with your clumsy freakishness? Harry's response was immediate and desperate, the words tumbling out in a rush of terrified explanation. Nothing broke, Uncle Vernon. I caught it. I promise I caught it. The plate is fine, see? No damage at all. But Vernon was already moving toward the kitchen with the inexorable momentum of an avalanche, his massive bulk filling the doorway as he surveyed the scene with eyes that had already decided on Harry's guilt, regardless of any evidence to the contrary. The man's face was a mottled purple-red, his breathing heavy and labored, his hands working themselves into fists that looked like small hams suspended from his thick wrists. "Don't lie to me, you worthless little freak," Vernon snarled, his voice rising to a roar that made the windows rattle in their frames. "I know what I heard. You broke something in here, and now you're trying to cover it up with more of your lies and excuses." Kreacher felt his magic responding to the rising violence, ancient protective instincts warring with years of careful conditioning about the proper boundaries between wizards and house elves. Master Regulus had never raised his hand to a child, had never used his superior size and strength to intimidate and terrorize those weaker than himself. The sight of this bloated muggle preparing to assault a 4-year-old boy was almost more than the house elf could bear without direct intervention. Harry pressed himself against the kitchen counter, the plate still clutched in his trembling hands like a shield that might somehow protect him from his uncle's wrath. His green eyes were wide with the kind of terror that no child should ever experience. The bone-deep fear of someone who had learned through painful experience that adults could not be trusted to control their violent impulses. "I didn't break anything, Uncle Vernon," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the sound of his uncle's labored breathing. "I promise I was being careful. I'm always careful with your things." But Vernon was beyond reason now, beyond any possibility of rational discourse or merciful restraint. The frustrations of his workday, the constant pressure of maintaining his facade of respectability, the deep-seated resentment he felt toward the magical world that had thrust this unwanted reminder of his wife's shameful connections into his carefully ordered life all coalesced into a single, overwhelming need to hurt someone who couldn't fight back. "Careful?" Vernon laughed, a sound devoid of any warmth or humor. "You don't know the meaning of the word, you little freak. You're a walking disaster, a constant reminder of everything that's wrong and unnatural in this world. Maybe it's time someone taught you a lesson you won't forget." The first blow came without warning, Vernon's massive hand connecting with the side of Harry's head with enough force to send the boy stumbling sideways into the kitchen cabinets. The plate flew from his grasp, shattering against the tile floor in an explosion of ceramic fragments that provided Vernon with retroactive justification for his violence. "Now look what you've done!" Vernon roared, his fury escalating rather than dissipating with the release of physical violence. "You've broken your aunt's good china with your clumsiness. Do you have any idea how much that cost? Do you understand what it means to destroy other people's property?" Harry tried to scramble away from his uncle's reaching hands, but the kitchen was too small to provide any real escape, and his 4-year-old legs were no match for Vernon's angry determination. The second blow caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around and sending him crashing into the kitchen table with enough force to knock the wind from his small lungs. The impact drove Harry to his knees, gasping for breath that wouldn't come, his thin frame shaking with pain and terror. A thin line of blood trickled from his split lip where it had connected with the table's edge, and Kreacher could see the beginnings of what would become a spectacular bruise spreading across the left side of his face. Vernon loomed over the fallen child like an executioner preparing for the final blow, his face twisted with a rage that had moved far beyond any reasonable response to a broken dish. This was no longer about punishment or discipline or even anger over damaged property. This was about power, about the intoxicating rush that came from having someone completely at your mercy, someone who couldn't fight back or escape or call for help. "Maybe this will teach you to be more careful with things that don't belong to you," Vernon growled, drawing back his foot as if preparing to kick the defenseless child. "Maybe a night locked in your cupboard without dinner will help you remember why freaks like you need to know their place in the world." It was then that Kreacher's careful restraint finally snapped like an overstretched rope. The sight of this monstrous muggle preparing to assault a helpless child, the sound of Harry's terrified whimpering, the knowledge that no one else would intervene to protect the boy who had saved the wizarding world from unspeakable darkness, all combined to overwhelm years of conditioning about the proper boundaries of house elf magic. The house elf materialized between Vernon and Harry with a sharp crack that seemed to echo through the kitchen like a gunshot, his ancient eyes blazing with fury that made the air itself seem to shimmer with dangerous energy. Vernon stumbled backward in shock, his small brain struggling to process the appearance of what looked like a wizened child dressed in ragged clothing, but whose eyes held the kind of power that made seasoned wizards tread carefully. "Step away from the boy," Kreacher commanded, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to resonate in Vernon's bones, despite the house elf's diminutive stature. "You will not touch him again. You will not harm him further. You will remember that there are forces in this world that do not tolerate the abuse of children." Vernon's mouth worked soundlessly for several seconds, his limited intellect struggling to reconcile the appearance of this impossible figure with his carefully constructed worldview that denied the existence of anything magical or supernatural. When he finally found his voice, it came out as a strangled whisper that spoke of shock rather than the bluster that typically characterized his interactions with those he perceived as inferior. "What are you?" he gasped, pressing himself against the kitchen wall as if trying to melt through the plaster and escape into the safety of his mundane suburban existence. "What kind of freak are you?" Kreacher stepped closer to the cowering man, his magic crackling in the air around him like visible electricity, making the kitchen lights flicker and the windows rattle in their frames. "I am someone who has sworn to protect Harry Potter from those who would harm him," he said, each word falling like a physical blow. "I am someone who has watched you abuse and terrorize a child for months, while the world celebrated the peace his sacrifice helped create. I am someone who has finally decided that enough is enough." Harry had managed to push himself into a sitting position against the kitchen cabinet, his wide green eyes fixed on this impossible figure who had appeared like something from one of the fairy tales he had never been allowed to read. Blood still trickled from his split lip, and the bruise on his face was darkening with each passing minute. But there was something in his expression beyond simple pain and fear. For the first time in his short life, someone had intervened on his behalf. Someone had stood between him and violence. Someone had declared that his suffering mattered. Vernon, meanwhile, was experiencing the kind of terror that came from having his most fundamental assumptions about reality challenged and destroyed. The existence of this creature, this impossible being that had appeared from nowhere to threaten him in his own home, forced him to confront the possibility that the magical world he had spent years denying might be real after all. If magic existed, if there were forces beyond his understanding and control, then everything he had built his life around was suddenly uncertain and precarious. "You can't be real," Vernon whimpered, his voice taking on a pleading quality that would have been pathetic under different circumstances. "Magic isn't real. Freaks don't exist. This is all some kind of hallucination, some kind of stress-induced breakdown." But Kreacher was in no mood for Vernon's denial and self-deception. The house elf gestured sharply with one gnarled hand, and every piece of china in the kitchen cabinet began to rattle and chime in harmony, creating a sound like wind chimes made of crystal and bone. The kitchen lights flared so brightly that Vernon had to shield his eyes, and the temperature in the room dropped by 20 degrees in the space of a single heartbeat. "Magic is very real, Mr. Dursley," Kreacher said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries and the authority of someone who had served one of the oldest magical families in Britain. "More real than your petty cruelties, more powerful than your ignorant prejudices, more enduring than your pathetic attempts to deny what lies beyond your understanding." Vernon's legs gave out entirely, and he slumped against the kitchen wall like a deflated balloon, his face pale and his breathing rapid and shallow. The man who had seemed so large and threatening moments before was revealed to be nothing more than a bully, someone whose power came entirely from his ability to intimidate those weaker than himself. Faced with a force he could neither understand nor control, He was reduced to the terrified child he had never allowed himself to be. "What do you want?" Vernon gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "What are you going to do to me?" Kreacher considered the question for a moment, his ancient eyes studying the pathetic figure that had been terrorizing Harry for so long. There was a part of him, a dark corner of his soul that had been shaped by years of serving the Black family, that wanted to punish this man in ways that would make him understand exactly how helpless Harry had felt during months of abuse and neglect. But Master Regulus had taught him that true strength lay not in revenge, but in protection, that the measure of one's character was found in mercy rather than malice. "I want you to understand," Kreacher said finally, his voice soft but carrying an undertone of menace that made Vernon's blood run cold, "that Harry Potter is under my protection now. He is not your property to abuse, not your toy to break when you are frustrated, not your outlet for the anger and resentment that poison your small soul." The house elf moved to where Harry sat, huddled against the cabinet, kneeling beside the injured child with a gentleness that seemed impossible given the fury he had just displayed. His gnarled hands hovered over Harry's bruised face, and a soft golden light began to emanate from his fingertips, washing away the pain and healing the damage that Vernon's violence had inflicted. Harry gasped softly as the warmth spread through his battered body, erasing the ache in his shoulder and the throbbing in his head, sealing the cut on his lip until no trace of it remained. But more than the physical healing was the emotional impact of having someone care enough to tend to his injuries. Someone who touched him with kindness rather than cruelty. Someone who looked at him with compassion rather than contempt. "Are you an angel?" Harry whispered, his voice full of the wonder that only a child could feel when confronted with something truly miraculous. "Did you come to save me?" Kreacher felt his ancient heart contract with an emotion he had not experienced in decades, a protective tenderness that made him understand why Master Regulus had been willing to die for the chance to create a better world. This child, this brave and gentle soul who had endured months of abuse without losing his capacity for hope and wonder, deserved every bit of protection and care that Kreacher could provide. "I am Kreacher," he said gently, his voice taking on the warm tone he had once reserved for Master Regulus alone. "I am a house elf, a magical being who has sworn to protect you from those who would harm you. And yes, young master, I have come to save you, though you saved all of us long before you were old enough to understand what that meant." Harry's eyes filled with tears, but for the first time they were tears of relief and gratitude rather than pain and fear. Someone knew his name, someone cared about his welfare, someone had come to help him when he had given up hope that help would ever arrive. The loneliness that had been his constant companion for as long as he could remember suddenly felt less crushing, less absolute. "Will you stay with me?" Harry asked, his small hand reaching out to touch Kreacher's weathered fingers. "Will you make sure they don't hurt me anymore?" Kreacher squeezed the child's hand gently, marveling at the trust and hope that Harry could still display after everything he had endured. "I will watch over you always, young master," he promised solemnly. "You will never be truly alone again. Never be without someone who cares for your safety and happiness. This I swear by the magic that flows through my veins, and the memory of those who died, protecting the innocent." Vernon, meanwhile, had been listening to this exchange with growing horror and confusion, his limited understanding struggling to process the implications of what he was witnessing. The creature that had appeared in his kitchen was not only real, but seemed to know Harry personally, seemed to view the boy as someone worthy of protection and care, rather than the burden and inconvenience that Vernon had always considered him to be. The mention of Harry's magical nature, the casual reference to his role in some larger conflict that Vernon didn't understand, the clear indication that there were forces in the world that took an active interest in the boy's welfare, all combined to make Vernon realize that his comfortable ignorance about the magical world was no longer sustainable. Like it or not, he was connected to something far larger and more dangerous than his mundane suburban existence had prepared him to handle. "What does this mean?" Vernon asked, his voice cracking with strain and fear. "What are you going to do with him? Are you going to take him away?" Kreacher turned to study Vernon with eyes that seemed to see straight through to his soul, cataloguing every weakness and character flaw with the precision of someone who had spent decades observing human nature in all its complexity. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority, the kind of certainty that brooked no argument or negotiation. "Harry Potter will remain in this house, as the magic that protects him requires," Kreacher said, each word falling like a physical blow. "But his treatment will change, dramatically and immediately. He will have proper food, proper clothing, proper sleeping accommodations. He will not be subjected to physical violence, emotional abuse, or unreasonable demands for labor. He will be treated with the respect and care that any child deserves, but especially one who saved your world from darkness you cannot even imagine." Vernon opened his mouth to protest, to assert his authority over his own household, but the words died in his throat as Kreacher's eyes began to glow with an inner fire that spoke of power beyond human comprehension. The house elf gestured slightly, and every piece of electronic equipment in the kitchen began to spark and smoke, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning circuits and melting plastic. "This is not a negotiation, Mr. Dursley," Kreacher continued, his voice taking on a tone that made the kitchen windows vibrate in their frames. "This is not a request that you can ignore or modify according to your preferences. This is a statement of fact, a new reality that you will accept or face consequences that will make your worst nightmares seem like pleasant dreams." To emphasize his point, Kreacher gestured toward the broken plate that had started this entire confrontation. The ceramic fragments rose from the floor like leaves caught in a whirlwind, spinning faster and faster until they became a blur of white and gold. With another gesture, they reassembled themselves into perfect wholeness, the plate settling gently onto the counter without so much as a hairline crack to show that it had ever been damaged. Vernon stared at the restored plate with the expression of someone whose entire worldview had just been shattered and rebuilt in a matter of minutes. The casual display of power, the effortless manipulation of reality according to Kreacher's will, the clear demonstration that he was dealing with forces beyond his understanding or control, all served to drive home the futility of resistance. "I understand," Vernon whispered, his voice barely audible above the sound of his own ragged breathing. "I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't hurt my family." Kreacher studied the man for a long moment, weighing his sincerity against his obvious fear and self-interest. There was no nobility in Vernon's capitulation, no genuine remorse for the suffering he had inflicted, only the calculation of someone who had finally met a force stronger than his own capacity for cruelty. But for Harry's sake, Kreacher was willing to accept compliance based on fear if it meant the end of the boy's systematic abuse. "Your family will not be harmed if they learn to treat Harry Potter with basic human decency," Kreacher said finally. "But understand this. I will be watching always. Any return to violence, any attempt to make his life miserable through petty cruelties or deliberate neglect will result in consequences that you will regret for the rest of your considerably shortened life." With that warning delivered, Kreacher turned his attention back to Harry, who had been watching this entire exchange with the wide-eyed fascination of someone witnessing magic for the first time. The child's face was a canvas of emotions: wonder at the impossible things he was seeing, gratitude for the protection he was receiving, and a dawning hope that his life might finally be about to change for the better. "Come, young master," Kreacher said gently, helping Harry to his feet with hands that were infinitely careful of his small frame. "Let us see about getting you proper accommodations and a real meal. You have suffered enough in this house of shadows and cruelty." As they left the kitchen together, Vernon slumped against the wall like a man who had aged 20 years in 20 minutes, staring at the perfectly restored plate and wondering how his carefully ordered world had suddenly become so dangerous and unpredictable. Behind them, the house itself seemed to sigh with relief, as if even the walls and foundations recognized that something fundamental had shifted in the balance of power that governed the lives of those who dwelt within. Harry Potter was no longer alone in the world. Someone had finally come to save him, and nothing would ever be the same again. Secret lessons and growing bonds. The grandfather clock in the hallway of number 4. Privet Drive chimed midnight with a soft, melodious sound that seemed to carry promises of wonder and possibility, rather than the hollow marking of another day's end. 2 weeks had passed since Kreacher's dramatic intervention in the Dursley kitchen. 2 weeks that had transformed Harry Potter's existence in ways both subtle and profound. The cupboard under the stairs, once a prison of neglect and despair, had become a sanctuary where magic whispered secrets in the darkness, and impossible things happened with the regularity of sunrise. Harry lay on his thin mattress, no longer the threadbare scrap of fabric that had served as his bed for years, but a proper mattress that Kreacher had somehow procured and installed without the Dursleys' knowledge or permission. The cupboard itself had been quietly enlarged through house elf magic, expanded beyond its original cramped dimensions to provide space for the small treasures that were beginning to accumulate in Harry's life. Books with colourful pictures, toys that worked properly, clothes that actually fit his small frame. But tonight, like every night for the past fortnight, Harry was not sleeping. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his new mattress, his green eyes bright with anticipation as he waited for the familiar pop of displaced air that would announce Kreacher's arrival. The house elf had kept his promise, appearing each evening after the Dursleys had settled into their routines of television and comfortable ignorance, bringing with him stories and lessons that opened entire worlds of possibility in Harry's young mind. The air shimmered slightly, and Kreacher materialized with the soft sound of silk rustling in a gentle breeze. The house elf's appearance had subtly changed over the past weeks, his bearing more upright, his eyes brighter, his ragged clothing somehow cleaner and more dignified. Serving Master Regulus's true wishes, protecting the child who embodied hope for the future, had restored something fundamental to Kreacher's sense of purpose and self-worth. "Good evening, young Master Harry," Kreacher said softly, settling himself on the floor beside the mattress with the careful grace of someone who had spent centuries learning to move without disturbing sleeping households. "Are you ready for tonight's lesson, mates?" Harry nodded eagerly, his small hands clasping together in barely contained excitement. Over the past 2 weeks, Kreacher had become the most important person in his young life, the source of everything good and magical and wonderful that had suddenly appeared in his previously bleak existence. The house elf's nightly visits were the anchor around which Harry's entire day revolved, the promise that kept him going through long hours of chores and the careful navigation of his relatives' volatile moods. "Tell me more about my parents," Harry whispered, his voice carrying the hunger of someone who had been starved for connection to his own identity for far too long. "Tell me what they were like when they were young, what made them happy, what they dreamed about when they looked at the stars." Kreacher's ancient eyes softened with the warmth of genuine affection as he began to speak, his voice taking on the cadence of a master storyteller weaving tales of wonder and adventure. "Your father, James Potter, was known throughout Hogwarts for his brilliant mind and his fierce loyalty to his friends," he said, painting pictures with words that made Harry's imagination soar with possibility. The house elf reached into the depths of his pillowcase, withdrawing a small, leather-bound photograph album that he had liberated from the Black family's extensive collection of memorabilia. The album contained pictures of James Potter's school years, images that moved and smiled and waved with the casual magic that Harry was only beginning to understand was his birthright. James was a chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Kreacher explained, opening the album to reveal a photograph of a young man with messy black hair and glasses, mounted on a broomstick that hovered several feet above a grassy field. He could fly like he had been born with wings, could make his broom dance through the air like it was an extension of his own body. Harry stared at the photograph with wonder that bordered on reverence, taking in every detail of his father's appearance. The confident smile, the way his hair stuck up in all directions despite obvious attempts to tame it, the easy grace with which he controlled his flying mount. It was like looking into a magical mirror that showed not his reflection, but his potential, the person he might become when he was old enough to claim his place in the wizarding world. "Did he really fly?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Could he actually soar through the sky like a bird?" "Oh yes, young master," Kreacher replied with a chuckle that held genuine warmth. "All wizards learn to fly on broomsticks, and your father was among the most gifted flyers of his generation. Someday, when you are old enough to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you will learn to fly as well. It is your heritage, your birthright as a member of the magical world." The album contained dozens of photographs that chronicled James Potter's school years, and Kreacher turned each page with the reverence of someone handling sacred texts. There were images of James with his friends, laughing and joking in the corridors of an ancient castle that seemed to pulse with magic and possibility. There were pictures of him in classes, bent over bubbling cauldrons or practicing wand movements that made sparks dance through the air like captured fireflies. But it was the photographs that included Lily Evans that made Harry's breath catch in his throat with the intensity of recognition and loss. His mother appeared in the later pages of the album, a young woman with brilliant green eyes that mirrored Harry's own, her red hair catching light like flame as she smiled at the camera with the radiance of someone who had found her place in the world. "Your mother was the brightest witch of her age," Kreacher said softly, his voice taking on the tone reserved for the most precious memories. "She could make magic dance to her will like music, could solve problems that baffled even her professors, could see connections and possibilities that escaped minds supposedly more experienced than her own." The house elf turned to a photograph that showed James and Lily standing together in what appeared to be a school corridor, their young faces glowing with the happiness of new love and infinite possibility. James had his arm around Lily's shoulders, and she was laughing at something he had said, her eyes sparkling with joy and mischief that made her seem to shine with inner light. They did not like each other at first, Kreacher continued, his voice taking on the storytelling cadence that Harry had come to treasure above all other sounds. "Your father was arrogant and show-off, always trying to impress everyone with his magical ability and his skill at Quidditch. Your mother thought he was insufferable, a bully who used his talents to make others feel small and insignificant." Harry listened with fascination as Kreacher recounted the slow transformation of his parents' relationship, the way James had gradually learned to temper his arrogance with genuine kindness, the way Lily had come to see past his annoying habits to the good heart that lay beneath. It was a love story that spanned years, built on mutual respect and shared values rather than simple attraction. "What changed?" Harry asked, studying the photograph of his parents with the intensity of someone trying to memorize every detail. How did they go from disliking each other to falling in love? Kreacher considered the question carefully, understanding that his answer would help shape Harry's understanding of what love truly meant, what kind of person he should strive to become as he grew older. "Your father learned that true strength comes not from showing off or proving superiority over others, but from using one's gifts to protect and help those who need assistance," he said finally. The house elf turned to another photograph, this one showing James Potter, standing between a younger boy and a group of older students who appeared to be threatening the smaller child. James's wand was drawn, his face set with determination, his entire posture radiating protective fury that spoke of someone willing to fight overwhelming odds for the sake of justice. "Your mother saw him defend a first-year student from bullies who were twice his size," Kreacher explained. "She watched him risk detention and possible expulsion to stand up for someone who could not defend himself, and she realized that beneath his arrogant exterior was a young man who would sacrifice his own comfort for the welfare of others." Harry studied the photograph with growing understanding, seeing in his father's protective stance an echo of Kreacher's own intervention in the Dursley kitchen. The willingness to stand between the strong and the weak, to risk personal consequences for the sake of justice, seemed to be a trait that ran in his bloodline like a golden thread connecting past and present. "Is that what love really is?" Harry asked, his 4-year-old mind struggling to grasp concepts that many adults never fully understood. Standing up for people who need help, even when it's scary or dangerous. Kreacher felt his ancient heart contract with emotion as he recognized the wisdom hiding beneath Harry's simple question. "Love is many things, young master," he said gently. "It is the choice to put someone else's welfare before your own comfort. It is the willingness to sacrifice for those who matter to you, to stand against darkness even when you are afraid, to choose hope over despair even when the world seems hopeless." The house elf reached into his pillowcase again, withdrawing a small wooden toy that had clearly been crafted with great care and attention to detail. It was a miniature broomstick, perfectly scaled for a child's hands, enchanted with just enough magic to hover a few inches above any surface it was placed upon. "This belonged to your father when he was your age," Kreacher explained, placing the toy in Harry's eager hands. "His own father, your grandfather, made it for him as a way of teaching him about flying before he was old enough for a real broomstick. Master Regulus found it among the Potter family belongings that were saved from Godric's Hollow." Harry held the toy with the reverence of someone handling a religious artifact, his green eyes wide with wonder as the miniature broomstick began to glow with soft, warm light. When he placed it on his mattress, it immediately rose to hover at shoulder height, bobbing gently as if responding to invisible air currents. "Can I really fly someday?" Harry whispered, reaching out to touch the hovering toy with trembling fingers. "Will I be able to soar through the clouds like my father did?" "You will fly, young master," Kreacher promised solemnly. "You will attend Hogwarts, learn magic, make friends who will stand beside you through any danger, discover abilities you never knew you possessed. You will claim your place in the wizarding world and make your parents proud with your courage and your kindness." But tonight's lesson extended beyond simple stories and magical artifacts. Kreacher had been carefully introducing Harry to the fundamentals of magical theory, teaching him concepts that would serve as foundation for the formal education he would receive at Hogwarts. The house elf understood that knowledge was power, that understanding his heritage would give Harry strength to face the challenges that lay ahead. Magic responds to emotion and intent more than to specific words or gestures, Kreacher explained, demonstrating by making the floating broomstick perform loops and spirals with subtle movements of his weathered hands. A wizard who truly understands what he wants to accomplish can work magic that defies the understanding of those who simply memorize spells and incantations. Harry watched in fascination as Kreacher made small objects dance through the air around the cupboard, books opening and closing their pages, toys marching in formation like tiny soldiers, his water glass refilling itself from an invisible source. But more impressive than the magic itself was the gentle control that Kreacher displayed, the way he shaped reality with the confidence of someone who had spent centuries learning to work in harmony with forces beyond mortal understanding. The most important lesson, however, was not about magic at all, but about the strength that came from human connection and genuine love. Night after night, Kreacher told Harry stories about friendship, about people who had chosen to stand together against impossible odds, about the power that came from knowing that others cared about your welfare and happiness. "Your parents had friends who would have died for them," Kreacher said, showing Harry photographs of a group of young people whose faces radiated the easy confidence of those who had never doubted their place in the world or their importance to each other. Sirius Black, your father's best friend, was like a brother to him. They shared everything: secrets, adventures, dangers, dreams for the future. The house elf's voice grew heavy with sorrow as he spoke about Sirius, about the tragedy of his wrongful imprisonment and the loss of someone who should have been Harry's guardian and guide. But he was careful not to burden the child with the full weight of injustice and betrayal that had characterized the aftermath of his parents' deaths. Friendship is perhaps the most powerful magic in the world, Kreacher continued, his voice taking on the wisdom of centuries spent observing human nature in all its complexity. Friends give you strength when you are weak, hope when you are afraid, laughter when the world seems too dark to bear. They make you better than you could ever be alone. Harry listened to these lessons with the intensity of someone starving for knowledge about his place in the world, absorbing every detail about magical theory and family history with equal fascination. But perhaps the most important lesson he was learning was implicit rather than explicit, that he was worthy of love and protection, that his happiness mattered to someone, that he had value beyond his usefulness as an unpaid servant. The change in Harry's demeanor over the past 2 weeks had been remarkable. The fearful, hypervigilant child who had once flinched away from sudden movements was beginning to relax into the security of knowing that someone was watching over him. His smiles came more easily now. His laughter rang with genuine joy rather than desperate placation. His eyes held curiosity and wonder instead of constant wariness. Kreacher had also been working subtle changes in Harry's living conditions, improvements that the Dursleys attributed to coincidence or their own growing fear of magical retribution. Harry's clothes no longer hung on his small frame like tents. Instead, they fit properly, clean and well-maintained in ways that suggested someone cared about his appearance. His meals had grown more substantial, his portions more generous, his access to books and educational materials mysteriously expanded. But perhaps the most significant change was in Harry's understanding of his own identity. For the first time in his life, he knew his real name, understood his heritage, possessed concrete evidence that he had come from love rather than the burden and inconvenience his relatives had always insisted he represented. "Tell me about magic school," Harry requested, his voice heavy with the approaching sleep that Kreacher's presence made possible. "Tell me about the castle where children learn to be wizards." Kreacher smiled with the warmth of someone sharing his most treasured memories. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the most magnificent place in the magical world," he began, his voice taking on the dreamy quality of someone describing paradise. "It is a castle that has stood for 1,000 years, perched on a mountainside beside a lake that reflects the stars like captured diamonds. The house elf painted pictures with words that made Harry's imagination soar, moving staircases that changed direction according to their own mysterious logic, portraits that could hold conversations with passers-by, a great hall with a ceiling that reflected the sky outside, and floating candles that provided light without flame. It was a place where magic was not hidden or feared but celebrated, where children could learn to transform animals into teacups and brew potions that could heal any injury. "Will I really belong there?" Harry asked, his voice small and uncertain, despite everything Kreacher had told him. "Will the other children accept me? Or will they think I'm strange and different?" Kreacher reached out to smooth Harry's increasingly unruly hair, his touch gentle and reassuring, in ways that the boy had never experienced before. "You will belong everywhere that values courage and kindness, young master," he said softly. "You carry your parents' legacy in your heart, their strength in your spirit, their capacity for love in your soul. Anyone who fails to see your worth will reveal their own blindness, not any deficiency in you." As the night deepened, and Harry's eyelids grew heavy with approaching sleep, Kreacher began to hum a lullaby that had once soothed Master Regulus through childhood nightmares and adolescent fears. It was an old song, passed down through generations of house elves, carrying the weight of centuries and the promise of protection for those worthy of love. Harry drifted off to sleep with the miniature broomstick still clutched in his small hands, his dreams filled with images of flying through starlit skies and studying magic in a castle made of wonder and possibility. For the first time in his short life, he was sleeping peacefully, secure in the knowledge that someone was watching over him, someone who would ensure that he was safe and loved and prepared for the destiny that awaited him. Kreacher remained beside the sleeping child for another hour, his ancient eyes soft with protective tenderness as he watched Harry's face relax into the innocent peace that should have been his birthright from the moment of his birth. The house elf had found his true purpose at last, had discovered that the greatest magic was not in serving tradition or family honor, but in nurturing the growth of a young soul that would someday help heal a world scarred by hatred and fear. When he finally rose to return to Grimmauld Place, Kreacher paused at the entrance to the cupboard, looking back at the sleeping child who had become the center of his universe. Tomorrow night would bring new lessons, new stories, new opportunities to strengthen the bond that was transforming them both from broken remnants of tragedy into something resembling a real family. Harry Potter was no longer alone in the world. He had someone who loved him, someone who believed in his potential, someone who would ensure that he grew up knowing his worth and his place in the grand tapestry of magical history. The boy who had once been nothing but an unwanted burden was finally becoming what he had always been meant to be, a child beloved and protected, prepared to claim his birthright as a member of the magical world. The transformation was subtle but profound, building night by night like the slow accumulation of starlight in a previously dark sky. By the time Harry reached Hogwarts, he would be confident rather than cowering, curious rather than fearful, ready to embrace the magical education that was his heritage, rather than struggling simply to survive each day. And at the heart of that transformation was the unlikely friendship between a house elf seeking redemption and a child desperate for love. Two souls finding healing in their shared commitment to honor the memory of those who had died protecting the innocent. Master Regulus would have been proud to see what his faithful servant had accomplished, how love had triumphed over tradition, how mercy had proven stronger than revenge. The magic that protected number 4 Privet Drive hummed with contentment as Kreacher slipped away into the night, recognizing that the boy sleeping within was finally, truly, safe and loved and ready to begin the journey that would define not just his own destiny, but the future of the wizarding world itself. The Christmas Revolution. The December wind howled through the bare branches of the trees lining Privet Drive, carrying with it the sharp promise of snow and the bitter chill that seemed to seep into the very bones of anyone unfortunate enough to venture outdoors. Inside number 4, the Dursley household was alive with the frantic preparations that accompanied their annual Christmas celebration, a carefully orchestrated display of suburban prosperity and seasonal excess that had grown more elaborate with each passing year. Petunia Dursley moved through her immaculate house like a general preparing for battle, her sharp eyes cataloguing every surface that needed polishing, every corner that required additional decoration, every detail that might fall short of the impossibly high standards she had set for herself. Christmas at the Dursley house was not merely a holiday, but a performance, an opportunity to demonstrate to neighbors and relatives that Vernon's success at Grunnings had translated into the kind of domestic perfection that marked them as truly successful members of the middle class. The living room had been transformed into a shrine to consumer excess, dominated by a Christmas tree so large that it barely fit beneath the ceiling, its branches heavy with ornaments that had been chosen more for their expense than their beauty. Presents wrapped in gleaming paper and adorned with elaborate bows formed perfect pyramids beneath the tree, each gift carefully positioned to create maximum visual impact for the photographs that Petunia would send to distant relatives as proof of their prosperity. For Dudley, the approaching holiday represented the apex of his young existence, a time when his already considerable hoard of possessions would be dramatically expanded through the application of sustained whining and strategic tantrums. The boy had spent weeks preparing his Christmas list, a document of staggering ambition that included every toy he had seen advertised on television, every game that his friends possessed, every electronic gadget that had captured his fleeting attention during shopping expeditions to London. Vernon, meanwhile, had thrown himself into the role of Santa Claus provider with the enthusiasm of someone determined to prove his worth through the sheer volume of gifts he could afford. The man who spent most of the year complaining about the cost of maintaining his household had temporarily abandoned all fiscal restraint, purchasing presents with the reckless abandon of someone trying to buy happiness through the simple expedient of overwhelming excess. But in all of this preparation, in all of the careful planning and strategic gift purchasing, there was one member of the household who had been entirely forgotten, overlooked as thoroughly as if he had never existed at all. Harry Potter, the boy who had saved the wizarding world before his 2nd birthday, would be spending his 5th Christmas exactly as he had spent the previous 4, alone, excluded, invisible. Kreacher had been observing the Dursley family's holiday preparations with growing fury, his ancient eyes cataloguing every slight, every casual cruelty, every thoughtless dismissal of Harry's basic humanity. The house elf had spent decades serving families who valued tradition and ceremony above almost all other considerations, but he had never witnessed anything quite so callous as the systematic exclusion of a child from what should have been a celebration of love and family connection. Harry himself seemed to accept his exclusion with the resigned acceptance of someone who had never known anything different, who had learned through painful experience that hoping for inclusion only led to disappointment and punishment. The boy went about his expanded list of holiday chores with his usual careful efficiency, polishing silver that would grace a table where he would not be welcome, decorating spaces where he would not be allowed to linger, preparing a house for celebrations in which he would play no part except as an invisible servant. But Kreacher had other plans entirely. The house elf, who had once accepted the casual cruelties of the Black family without question, had discovered the power of righteous indignation, and he was determined that Harry Potter would experience at least one Christmas filled with wonder and joy rather than neglect and exclusion. If the Dursleys would not provide their nephew with the love and celebration he deserved, then Kreacher would take matters into his own capable hands. The plan had been forming in Kreacher's mind for weeks, a carefully orchestrated campaign of magical intervention designed to give Harry the kind of Christmas morning that every child deserved. It would require subtlety, precision, and more than a little creative interpretation of the international statute of wizarding secrecy, but Kreacher was confident that he could accomplish his goals without exposing his presence to unwanted scrutiny. Christmas Eve found the Dursley household in the final stages of preparation, the adults flushed with anticipation and self-satisfaction, while Dudley vibrated with barely contained excitement at the prospect of unwrapping what promised to be his most lucrative Christmas haul to date. Harry had been dispatched to his cupboard with his usual portion of bread and water, dismissed from the family celebrations as thoroughly as if he had been a piece of unwanted furniture. But as the house settled into the expectant quiet that preceded Christmas morning, Kreacher began to put his plan into motion with the precision of a master strategist executing a carefully rehearsed campaign. The house elf had spent months studying the Dursley family's routines, learning their habits, understanding the rhythms of their daily existence well enough to predict exactly when and where he could work without detection. The first phase of the operation involved the careful placement of gifts that would appear, to casual observation, to have been purchased and wrapped by the Dursleys themselves. Kreacher had spent considerable time and effort acquiring presents that would appeal to a 5-year-old boy while remaining modest enough to avoid suspicion, gifts that spoke of care and attention without displaying the kind of magical provenance that might trigger uncomfortable questions. There were books, carefully chosen for their colorful illustrations and simple stories, tales of adventure and friendship that would feed Harry's growing imagination. There were toys that moved and responded in ways that seemed almost magical, but remained within the bounds of what Muggle technology might achieve with sufficient ingenuity. There were clothes that actually fit Harry's small frame, garments chosen for their comfort and durability, rather than their status as hand-me-downs from a larger cousin. But the centerpiece of Kreacher's gift collection was something that no amount of Muggle money could have purchased. A photograph of Harry's parents that moved with gentle magic, showing James and Lily Potter at their happiest, their young faces glowing with love and laughter as they waved at their son across the years. It was a treasure beyond price, a connection to the family that Harry had never known but desperately needed, wrapped in simple brown paper and placed where he would find it first among his unexpected bounty. Kreacher worked through the night with the patience and precision that had been honed through centuries of service, his magic weaving subtle enchantments that would ensure Harry's gifts appeared to have materialized through perfectly ordinary means. To anyone who bothered to investigate, it would seem as though the presents had been purchased months earlier and stored in forgotten corners of the house, overlooked in the chaos of holiday preparation until Christmas morning revealed their existence. But the gifts were only the beginning of Kreacher's Christmas revolution. The house elf had also been working more subtle magic on the Dursley family themselves, gentle influences that would nudge them towards slightly better behavior without triggering the kind of dramatic personality changes that might expose magical intervention. Petunia's conscience, so long buried beneath layers of resentment and jealousy, had been quietly awakened to occasional twinges of guilt about her treatment of her sister's son. Vernon, meanwhile, had been experiencing strange dreams in which his own childhood memories of Christmas morning were intertwined with images of a small boy sitting alone in a dark cupboard while families celebrated around him. The dreams carried no obvious magical signature, nothing that would alert him to outside influence, but they had begun to erode his comfortable assumption that Harry's exclusion was natural and justified. Even Dudley, despite his youth and general self-centeredness, had been touched by Kreacher's subtle magic. His natural childhood instincts for fairness and inclusion stirred to occasional life, despite years of conditioning that encouraged him to view his cousin as something less than fully human. The boy had begun to ask uncomfortable questions about why Harry never received presents, why he was not allowed to join their Christmas breakfast, why he seemed to exist in their house like a ghost that everyone had agreed to ignore. Christmas morning dawned bright and clear, the winter sun casting everything in sharp relief as the Dursley family prepared for their annual celebration. Dudley was the first to wake, his excitement at the prospect of unwrapping presents overcoming even his natural tendency toward late-morning sleep. His delighted squeals of anticipation echoed through the house as he discovered the mountain of gifts that had appeared overnight, a bounty that exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. Vernon and Petunia followed their son downstairs with the satisfied expressions of parents who had successfully provided everything their child could possibly desire, their faces glowing with the pride that came from successful excess. The living room had been transformed overnight into a tableau of perfect domestic happiness, every surface arranged for maximum visual impact, every gift positioned to catch the morning light in the most flattering possible way. But as the family settled into their familiar Christmas morning routine, with Dudley tearing through his presents with the enthusiasm of a small tornado, while his parents documented every moment with their expensive camera, a small voice from the kitchen doorway caused them all to freeze in sudden awareness of what they had almost managed to forget entirely. "Uncle Vernon." Harry's voice was barely above a whisper, tentative and uncertain in the way of someone who had learned that speaking without permission often carried painful consequences. "There are presents under the tree with my name on them." The silence that followed Harry's announcement was deafening, broken only by the soft ticking of the mantel clock and the rustle of wrapping paper as Dudley paused in his destruction of a particularly elaborate gift. Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances that spoke of confusion and growing alarm, their carefully ordered world suddenly complicated by the appearance of something that should not exist. "That's impossible," Petunia said sharply, her voice carrying the brittle authority of someone trying to maintain control of a situation that was spiraling beyond her understanding. "We didn't buy you any presents, Harry. "You must be mistaken." But Harry was not mistaken, and his small hands, trembling with a mixture of hope and fear, he led the family back to the Christmas tree, where a modest collection of gifts bearing his name had indeed appeared overnight. The presents were wrapped in simple brown paper and tied with string, a stark contrast to the elaborate packaging that adorned Dudley's bounty. But they were unmistakably real and unmistakably intended for him. Vernon's face cycled through a dozen expressions as he tried to process the appearance of these unexpected gifts, his limited imagination struggling to provide explanations for something that challenged his fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. His first instinct was to blame Harry for somehow creating this situation, but even Vernon's capacity for unreasonable accusation could not stretch far enough to suggest that a 5-year-old boy had managed to purchase and wrap Christmas presents for himself. "Perhaps we forgot," Petunia said slowly, her voice carrying a note of uncertainty that was completely foreign to her usual imperious confidence. "Perhaps we bought them months ago, and simply forgot about them in all the excitement of preparing for the holidays." The explanation was patently ridiculous, a transparent attempt to rationalize something that had no rational explanation, but it was the only theory that allowed the Dursley family to maintain their comfortable denial of anything that smacked of the supernatural or inexplicable. Vernon seized upon his wife's suggestion with the desperation of someone drowning in confusion. "Yes, that must be it," he said quickly, his voice growing stronger as he convinced himself of a lie that preserved his sanity. "We bought them during the summer and stored them somewhere safe. Very thoughtful of us, really, to plan so far ahead." Harry stood frozen in the doorway, unable to believe what he was hearing. For the first time in his life, Christmas morning included him, included presents with his name written in careful script, included the possibility that he might be worthy of gifts and celebration. The boy's green eyes filled with tears that he hastily wiped away, not wanting to do anything that might cause this miraculous development to disappear. "Well," Dudley said with the practical directness of childhood, "if they're Harry's presents, then he should open them. That's what you do with Christmas presents, isn't it?" Out of the mouths of babes came wisdom that the adults had been trying desperately to avoid, but there was no denying Dudley's simple logic without appearing arbitrary and cruel. With obvious reluctance, Vernon gestured for Harry to approach the tree, his expression suggesting that he was granting a tremendous favor rather than acknowledging basic fairness. "Go ahead then, boy," he said gruffly. "Open your presents, but be careful with the wrapping paper. Your aunt likes to save it for next year." Harry approached the small collection of gifts with the reverence of someone entering a sacred space, his hands trembling as he reached for the first package. The weight of it in his small hands was astonishing. He had never held something that belonged specifically to him, never experienced the peculiar mixture of anticipation and gratitude that came with receiving a thoughtfully chosen gift. The first present revealed itself to be a book of fairy tales, its cover illustrated with dragons and castles and brave knights on magnificent steeds. The pictures moved slightly when Harry stared at them, subtle animation that could easily be dismissed as tricks of light and imagination, but which filled the boy with wonder at the magic that was apparently hidden throughout the world for those who knew how to look for it. The second gift was a set of wooden building blocks, each piece carved with intricate designs that seemed to shift and change when observed from different angles. Harry had never owned toys of his own, had never been allowed to build or create or explore the kind of imaginative play that most children took for granted. The simple wooden blocks represented possibilities that extended far beyond their humble appearance. But it was the third gift that took Harry's breath away entirely. The photograph of his parents emerged from its brown paper wrapping like a door opening onto a world of love and connection that he had never imagined possible. James and Lily Potter smiled at their son from across the years, their young faces radiant with the kind of happiness that came from knowing their love would endure long after their physical presence had ended. "Mummy and Daddy," Harry whispered, his voice so soft that it barely carried across the suddenly silent room. His small fingers traced the edges of the photograph with infinite gentleness, as if he feared it might disappear if handled too roughly. The effect of those two simple words on the Dursley family was electric. Petunia went white as a sheet, her carefully maintained composure cracking like ice under sudden pressure. Vernon's face flushed dark red, his breathing becoming labored as he struggled with emotions that his limited emotional vocabulary could not adequately express. Even Dudley seemed to understand that something profound had just occurred, his usual selfish chatter falling silent as he stared at his cousin with something approaching genuine curiosity. "Where did that come from?" Petunia demanded, her voice sharp with barely controlled hysteria. "How did that photograph get in there? We don't have any pictures of them in this house." But Harry was no longer listening to his aunt's increasingly frantic questions. He was lost in the moving photograph, watching as his father lifted his mother in a playful embrace, as they laughed at some shared joke that would forever remain their secret, as they looked directly at the camera, with eyes that seemed to see across time to the son they would never have the chance to raise. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter was experiencing pure, uncomplicated happiness. The presents themselves were wonderful, each one chosen with obvious care and attention to his interests and needs, but the photograph was a revelation that changed everything about his understanding of himself and his place in the world. He was not unwanted, not unloved, not the burden and inconvenience that his relatives had always insisted he represented. He was the son of people who had smiled like that, who had looked at each other with such obvious devotion, who had created something beautiful together before tragedy had torn them apart. The remainder of Christmas morning passed in a blur of confused emotions and careful navigation around subjects that no one wanted to address directly. The Dursley family maintained their fiction that they had somehow forgotten about Harry's presence, a lie that grew more absurd with each retelling, but which allowed them to avoid confronting the impossibility of what had actually occurred. Harry spent the day clutching his photograph and quietly exploring his new possessions, his joy somewhat muted by the awareness that this miraculous development might disappear as suddenly as it had appeared. He had learned not to trust good fortune, had been taught through painful experience that anything that made him happy was likely to be taken away as punishment for presuming to deserve better treatment than his relatives felt inclined to provide. But as the day wore on and his gifts remained intact, as no one demanded their return or accused him of theft or deception, Harry began to allow himself to believe that this Christmas miracle might be permanent. Someone, somewhere, had decided that he was worthy of presents and celebration, had taken the trouble to ensure that his holiday included at least some measure of joy and wonder. That evening, as the family settled into their traditional post-Christmas lethargy, Kreacher materialized in Harry's cupboard with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had accomplished exactly what he had set out to achieve. The house elf had watched the day's events from concealment, his ancient heart swelling with pride and affection as he witnessed Harry's transformation from excluded outsider to acknowledged member of the family. "Did you like your presents, young master?" Kreacher asked softly, settling beside Harry on the enlarged mattress that had become the boy's sanctuary and refuge. Harry's response was immediate and heartfelt, his green eyes bright with tears of gratitude as he showed Kreacher each of his treasures in turn. The books had already been read from cover to cover, their simple stories memorized with the intensity of someone who had been starved for narrative and imagination. The building blocks had been arranged and rearranged into dozens of configurations, each new structure representing possibilities that Harry was only beginning to understand. But it was the photograph that Harry handled with the greatest care, his small fingers tracing the edges of the frame as he watched his parents move through their eternal moment of happiness. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion that threatened to overflow into tears. "Thank you for giving me my mummy and daddy." Kreacher felt his own eyes filling with moisture that he hastily wiped away. "You deserve to know them, young master," he said gently. You deserved to understand that you came from love, that you were wanted and cherished, even if tragedy prevented them from showing it in person. The house elf had accomplished more than simply providing Harry with presents and a connection to his parents. The subtle magic he had worked on the Dursley family was beginning to bear fruit in ways that would have lasting impact on Harry's treatment within their household. Petunia's conscience, awakened to occasional guilty recognition of her sister's sacrifice, would make it harder for her to ignore Harry's needs entirely. Vernon's dreams of childhood Christmas mornings would continue to erode his comfortable cruelty, forcing him to confront the gap between the father he imagined himself to be and the man he had actually become. Most importantly, Dudley's natural childhood instincts for fairness had been strengthened just enough to make him an occasional ally rather than a constant tormentor. The boy was beginning to ask questions that his parents found difficult to answer, wondering aloud why his cousin was treated so differently, why Harry never seemed to be included in family activities or celebrations. The changes were subtle, incremental improvements rather than dramatic transformations, but they represented the beginning of a new dynamic within the Dursley household. Harry would still face challenges and difficulties, would still be required to navigate the complex emotions and buried guilt that his presence triggered in his relatives, but he would no longer be quite so alone or quite so thoroughly excluded from the basic human dignities that every child deserved. As the clock struck midnight and Christmas Day officially ended, Harry drifted off to sleep, clutching the photograph of his parents, and surrounded by evidence that someone in the world cared enough to ensure his happiness. It was a small victory in the larger war against indifference and cruelty, but it was a victory nonetheless, a proof that love could triumph over hatred, that hope could survive even in the darkest circumstances. Kreacher remained beside the sleeping child for a long time, his ancient heart full of satisfaction at a job well done. He had given Harry Potter the one thing that had been missing from his young life, evidence that he was worthy of love and celebration, that his existence brought joy rather than burden to someone who mattered. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities for subtle intervention, but tonight it was enough to know that Harry Potter had finally experienced a real Christmas morning, complete with presents and wonder, and the kind of happiness that every child deserved to feel at least once in their life. The boy who had saved the wizarding world before he could walk was finally being saved in return, one carefully orchestrated miracle at a time, searching for Harry's people. The new year of 1985 arrived with a blanket of snow that transformed Little Whinging into a pristine wonderland, muffling the usual suburban sounds and lending an air of possibility to the crisp January morning. But within the confines of Grimmauld Place, Kreacher felt no such sense of renewal or hope. Instead, the house elf found himself consumed by a restless energy that had been building since Christmas Day, a growing conviction that providing Harry Potter with presents and subtle improvements to his living conditions was not enough. The boy deserved more than mere survival, more than the grudging acceptance that Kreacher had managed to extract from the Dursley family through strategic applications of fear and guilt. Harry Potter deserved what every child should have, a family that loved him unconditionally, guardians who saw his welfare as their highest priority, people who would fight for him when the world tried to grind him down. Kreacher stood before the towering bookshelves of the Black Family Library, surrounded by centuries of accumulated knowledge about the wizarding world's most prominent families, their alliances and feuds, their triumphs and tragedies. Somewhere within these volumes lay the information he needed to identify potential guardians for Harry, people who had loved James and Lily Potter enough to risk everything for their son's welfare. The house elf had already spent weeks reviewing the obvious candidates, the names that appeared most frequently in Master Regulus's research about the war against Voldemort. The Order of the Phoenix had been a small but dedicated group of witches and wizards who had opposed the Dark Lord's regime, and among their number were people who had counted the Potters among their closest friends and allies. But as Kreacher delved deeper into his research, he began to understand the full scope of the tragedy that had befallen Harry's potential guardians. The war against Voldemort had exacted a terrible price from those who had dared to stand against him, leaving a trail of death and destruction that had shattered entire families and left survivors struggling with trauma and loss that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The first name on Kreacher's list was the most obvious and the most heartbreaking: Sirius Black, Master Regulus's own older brother, who had been James Potter's closest friend since their first year at Hogwarts. The two young men had been inseparable throughout their school years, sharing everything from dormitory pranks to dreams for the future, bound by the kind of friendship that transcended mere companionship to become brotherhood in all but blood. Kreacher had spent considerable time researching the official record of Sirius's supposed betrayal and capture, piecing together a timeline that made less sense the more closely he examined it. According to the Ministry's hastily assembled case file, Sirius had been the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm that protected the Potter family's hiding place, and he had allegedly revealed their location to Voldemort in exchange for promises of power and position within the Dark Lord's inner circle. But Kreacher knew Sirius Black in ways that the Ministry investigators never could, had observed him during family gatherings throughout his childhood and adolescence, had witnessed the gradual deterioration of his relationship with his parents as he grew older, and began to question the pure-blood supremacist ideology that dominated the Black family's worldview. The idea that Sirius would betray his closest friend for the sake of joining a cause he had spent years openly opposing was so absurd as to be laughable. More damning still was the complete absence of any trial records in the Ministry's files, no transcripts of testimony, no evidence presented for examination, no opportunity for Sirius to defend himself against the accusations that had condemned him to life in Azkaban. He had simply been arrested at the scene of Peter Pettigrew's supposed murder and transported directly to the wizard prison, his guilt assumed rather than proven, his fate decided by a ministry more interested in swift justice than actual truth. The injustice of Sirius's situation burned in Kreacher's chest like acid, eating away at his faith in the wizarding world's institutions and reinforcing his growing conviction that Harry Potter's welfare could not be entrusted to official channels. If the Ministry could condemn an innocent man to life imprisonment without so much as a trial, what hope was there that they would act in the best interests of a child they had already abandoned to the tender mercies of abusive relatives? The second name on Kreacher's list was Remus Lupin, the quiet, scholarly member of James Potter's inner circle who had earned a reputation as one of the most brilliant students of his generation. Lupin had been a prefect at Hogwarts, known for his gentle nature and his remarkable ability to see the best in everyone he encountered, even those who seemed determined to prove themselves unworthy of such faith. But Lupin's life had been shaped by a secret that made him an outcast in the wizarding world. He was a werewolf, infected as a small child by a monster whose bite had condemned him to a lifetime of transformation and social ostracism. The wizarding world's prejudice against lycanthropes was both profound and legally enshrined, making it nearly impossible for werewolves to find employment, housing, or acceptance in mainstream magical society. Kreacher's investigation into Lupin's current circumstances painted a picture of grinding poverty and social isolation that would have been heartbreaking even without the added context of his connection to Harry's parents. The man lived in a series of increasingly desperate accommodations, moving frequently to avoid the suspicion and hostility that inevitably arose when his condition became known to his neighbors. Employment was sporadic at best, limited to temporary positions that ended abruptly when his monthly absences began to form a recognizable pattern. Lupin survived on a combination of occasional odd jobs, charity from the few friends who maintained contact with him, and his own remarkable ability to make very little money stretch far beyond its apparent limits. The cruel irony was that Remus Lupin possessed exactly the qualities that would make him an ideal guardian for Harry Potter: gentleness, wisdom, unshakable moral principles, and a deep understanding of what it meant to be marked as different by forces beyond one's control. But the wizarding world's institutionalized prejudice against lycanthropes made it impossible for him to provide the kind of stable, secure home that a child deserved. The third major figure in Kreacher's research was Professor Minerva McGonagall, the stern but fair Transfiguration teacher who had served as deputy headmistress of Hogwarts during James and Lily's school years. McGonagall had known both of Harry's parents well, had watched them grow from gifted students into remarkable adults, had mourned their deaths as keenly as if they had been her own children, but McGonagall's loyalty to Albus Dumbledore was absolute and unquestioning, forged through decades of shared service to Hogwarts and reinforced by her deep respect for his wisdom and moral authority. She would never act independently to challenge Dumbledore's decisions about Harry's placement, would never consider the possibility that the greatest wizard of the age might have made an error in judgment about the boy's welfare. Kreacher found extensive correspondence between McGonagall and Dumbledore in the Black family's files, letters that revealed her genuine concern for Harry's well-being and her repeated requests for updates on his condition. But Dumbledore's responses were masterpieces of evasion and misdirection, offering reassurances that contained no actual information, promises of vigilance that implied no real monitoring. The most damning document Kreacher discovered was a letter from McGonagall, written just weeks after Harry's placement with the Dursleys, expressing serious reservations about the family's suitability as guardians. She described Vernon and Petunia as the worst sort of muggles, people who seemed incapable of the love and understanding that Harry would need to recover from his traumatic early experiences. Dumbledore's response was a masterpiece of manipulation disguised as wisdom, invoking the sacred nature of blood protection and the necessity of allowing Harry to grow up away from the corrupting influence of fame and celebrity. He painted a picture of a carefully monitored situation where Harry's every need was being met by devoted relatives who understood the magnitude of their responsibility. The gap between Dumbledore's reassuring fiction and the reality that Kreacher had witnessed at Privet Drive was so vast as to suggest either willful blindness or deliberate deception. Either the headmaster was incompetent in his oversight of Harry's welfare, or he was consciously choosing to ignore evidence of abuse and neglect for reasons that served his own agenda rather than the child's best interests. The fourth name on Kreacher's list led to perhaps the most tragic discovery of all: Frank and Alice Longbottom, who had been among the most dedicated members of the Order of the Phoenix and among the closest friends that James and Lily Potter had possessed outside of their Hogwarts circle. The Longbottoms had fought alongside the Potters in some of the war's most dangerous missions, had stood ready to die for the cause of defeating Voldemort and protecting the innocent. But their loyalty and courage had made them targets for revenge in the aftermath of Voldemort's fall, when desperate Death Eaters had sought to torture information about their master's whereabouts from anyone who might possess such knowledge. The Longbottoms had been attacked in their own home by a group of fanatics led by Bellatrix Lestrange, tortured with the Cruciatus Curse until their minds had been destroyed beyond any hope of repair. Kreacher found hospital records that painted a picture of two people who had been reduced to shadows of their former selves, trapped in bodies that no longer responded to their wills, minds that could no longer process the simplest thoughts or recognize the faces of those who loved them. They lived now in the long-term care ward of St. Mungo's Hospital, tended by healers who could ease their physical suffering, but who possessed no magic powerful enough to restore what had been destroyed. The discovery of the Longbottom's fate filled Kreacher with a rage so profound that it made the air around him shimmer with magical energy. These good people, these heroes who had sacrificed everything to protect others, had been broken by monsters who had escaped justice, who walked free while their victims lingered in a hell of damaged minds and shattered souls. But perhaps even more heartbreaking was the existence of Neville Longbottom, Frank and Alice's son, who had been left orphaned in all but name, raised by a grandmother who loved him, but who could never replace the parents who had been stolen from him. Here was another child who had paid the price for adult conflicts, another innocent whose life had been shattered by the war against Voldemort. As Kreacher delved deeper into his research, a pattern began to emerge that chilled him to his very core. Everyone who had been close to James and Lily Potter had been destroyed in one way or another, betrayed, imprisoned, impoverished, driven mad, or killed outright. It was as if some malevolent force had systematically targeted anyone who might have served as a guardian for Harry, eliminating them through violence or circumstance to ensure that the boy would have no choice but to remain with relatives who neither wanted nor loved him. The coincidences were too numerous and too convenient to be accidental. The betrayal that had led to the Potters' deaths had come from within their inner circle, someone who had possessed intimate knowledge of their defenses and their plans. Peter Pettigrew, the supposed victim of Sirius Black's rampage, had been the weak link in their group, the frightened follower who had always seemed slightly out of place among his more confident and capable friends. But Pettigrew was officially dead, vaporized in a spectacular explosion that had left only a finger behind as evidence of his fate. The Death Eaters who had tortured the Longbottoms had claimed to be searching for their missing master, but their true target might have been the elimination of anyone who could challenge the official narrative of events or provide alternative care for Harry Potter. Kreacher found himself contemplating possibilities that bordered on conspiracy, wondering if Albus Dumbledore's decision to place Harry with the Dursleys had been influenced by factors beyond simple concern for the boy's protection. The headmaster was known for his long-term strategic thinking, his willingness to sacrifice individuals for what he perceived as the greater good, his belief that sometimes cruelty in the present was necessary to prevent greater suffering in the future. Was it possible that Dumbledore wanted Harry to suffer, wanted him to experience hardship and adversity that would forge his character and prepare him for some future role in the wizarding world's destiny? Was Harry's abuse at the hands of the Dursleys not an unfortunate oversight, but a deliberate part of some larger plan that sacrificed a child's happiness for abstract principles of character development? The thought was so horrifying that Kreacher initially rejected it as unworthy of serious consideration. But the more he studied the evidence, the more he began to see patterns that suggested intentional neglect rather than simple oversight. Dumbledore's responses to McGonagall's concerns had been too smooth, too prepared, too obviously designed to discourage further inquiry rather than address legitimate questions about Harry's welfare. The realization that Harry Potter might have been deliberately abandoned to abuse and neglect as part of some twisted educational philosophy filled Kreacher with a fury that transcended anything he had felt since Master Regulus's death. If the wizarding world's most respected leader was complicit in the systematic destruction of an innocent child's spirit, then there truly was no institution or authority that could be trusted to act in Harry's best interests. As winter deepened and the investigation continued, Kreacher found himself forced to confront the possibility that Harry Potter's rescue would have to come from outside the traditional channels of wizarding authority. The boy's potential guardians had been eliminated or rendered powerless. The institutions that should have protected him had failed in their most basic duties, and the people who claimed to act in his best interests seemed to be serving their own agenda rather than his welfare. But Kreacher was not without resources or options. The Black family's wealth and connections, properly deployed, could create opportunities that did not currently exist. The House Elf's own considerable magical abilities could be used to investigate mysteries that official channels had chosen to ignore. And perhaps most importantly, Kreacher's growing understanding of the injustices that had been perpetrated against Harry's potential guardians suggested possibilities for righting wrongs that had been allowed to fester for far too long. Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial was a scandal that could be exposed with the right evidence and the proper presentation to people who still valued justice over convenience. Peter Pettigrew's supposed death deserved investigation by someone who was not bound by official assumptions about guilt and innocence. The systematic elimination of Harry's potential guardians suggested a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of wizarding society, one that could be unravelled by patient investigation and careful documentation. As the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat approached, Kreacher made a decision that would have consequences far beyond anything he could imagine. He would not simply work to improve Harry's conditions within the Dursley household. He would actively seek to expose the injustices that had left the boy isolated and vulnerable, would fight to restore those who should have been his protectors, would challenge the entire system that had failed so spectacularly in its duty to protect the innocent. The house elf, who had once served tradition without question, had become something far more dangerous. A force for justice, armed with centuries of accumulated knowledge, unlimited determination, and absolutely nothing left to lose. Harry Potter would not remain friendless and abandoned forever. Someone would fight for him. Someone would expose the truth about his situation. Someone would ensure that love triumphed over indifference, and hope conquered despair. Master Regulus had died, believing that individual action could change the world, that one person willing to stand against injustice could make a difference in the face of overwhelming darkness. Kreacher was prepared to test that belief against the full weight of Wizarding Society's complacency and corruption, to prove that even the smallest and most powerless among them could move mountains when motivated by love and righteous fury. The search for Harry's people was far from over. Indeed, it was only just beginning. The school incident. The September morning that would forever change Harry Potter's relationship with the Muggle world dawned crisp and clear, painting Little Whinging in shades of amber and gold that seemed to promise new beginnings and fresh possibilities. For most children in the neighborhood, the first day of primary school represented an exciting milestone, a step into the wider world of friendship and learning that would shape their understanding of themselves and their place in society. For Harry Potter, however, the prospect of attending St. Gregory's primary school carried a weight of hope and terror that would have been crushing for someone twice his age. After 5 years of isolation within the Dursley household, 5 years of being told that he was strange and unwanted and fundamentally different from normal children, the idea of spending entire days with other 5-year-olds represented both his greatest dream and his deepest fear. Petunia Dursley had approached the necessity of Harry's enrollment with the grim efficiency of someone fulfilling an unpleasant but unavoidable obligation. The boy's education was required by law, monitored by authorities who would ask uncomfortable questions if he failed to appear in their records, but that did not mean she intended to make the process any more pleasant or encouraging than absolutely necessary. Harry's school supplies had been purchased with grudging economy, second-hand items that bore the wear and tear of previous owners, but which would serve their basic function without drawing unwanted attention to the family's circumstances. His clothes, while no longer the tent-like hand-me-downs that had characterized his earliest years, remained obviously inferior to what other children would be wearing, marking him as someone whose family either could not or would not invest in his appearance. But perhaps most damaging of all was the complete absence of the enthusiasm and encouragement that most children received as they prepared for this major transition in their lives. Where other parents spoke excitedly about new friends and interesting lessons, about teachers who would help them learn to read and write, the Dursleys treated Harry's school attendance as a necessary evil, a burden they were required to bear rather than an opportunity to celebrate. Kreacher had observed these preparations with growing unease, understanding all too well how the dynamics within the Dursley household would translate into challenges for Harry once he entered the wider social world of primary school. The boy had been conditioned to see himself as lesser, as someone who did not deserve the same consideration and kindness that other children took for granted, and that conditioning would make him vulnerable to exactly the kind of predatory behavior that seemed to follow him wherever he went. The house elf had spent considerable time researching St. Gregory's primary school, using his magical abilities to study the building's layout, the staff's backgrounds, and the general atmosphere that characterized the institution. What he had discovered was neither particularly encouraging nor especially alarming. A typical suburban school, serving a typical suburban population, staffed by teachers who ranged from genuinely dedicated to merely competent, populated by children who reflected the full spectrum of human nature in miniature. Mrs. Margaret Henderson, Harry's assigned teacher, was a woman in her 50s who had spent decades working with young children, accumulating the kind of experience that allowed her to spot trouble before it fully manifested. She was known for her fair treatment of all students, regardless of their background, her ability to maintain classroom discipline without resorting to cruelty, and her genuine belief that every child deserved the chance to learn and grow in a supportive environment. But even the most dedicated teacher could only do so much when confronted with a child whose home situation actively undermined her efforts to provide support and encouragement. Mrs. Henderson had no way of knowing that Harry Potter had been systematically taught to view himself as unworthy of attention or kindness, that his careful politeness masked a terror of making mistakes that might result in punishment, that his quiet demeanor reflected not shyness, but a learned strategy for surviving in a hostile environment. The first few days of school had passed without major incident, Harry navigating the complex social dynamics of the classroom with the careful precision of someone walking through a minefield. He spoke only when directly addressed, worked diligently on his assignments without seeking help or recognition, ate his meager lunch in solitary silence, while other children formed the early bonds of friendship around him. Mrs. Henderson had noticed his isolation, of course, had attempted to draw him into classroom discussions and encourage interaction with his peers. But Harry's responses were so carefully neutral, so obviously designed to avoid attracting attention, that her efforts had largely failed to achieve their intended effect. She had made mental notes to contact his family about his apparent shyness, to discuss strategies for helping him develop the social skills that would serve him throughout his educational career. But those plans had been derailed by the arrival of Dudley Dursley and his pack of followers, older children who attended the school's junior program, and who had quickly identified Harry as a target worthy of their attention. Dudley's reputation as a bully had been well established during his previous years at St. Gregory's, but his teachers had learned to overlook his aggressive tendencies in the face of Vernon Dursley's aggressive advocacy for his son and generous donations to the school's various fundraising campaigns. The playground of St. Gregory's Primary School was a carefully designed space intended to provide children with opportunities for physical exercise and social interaction in a safe, supervised environment. Climbing equipment, swing sets, and open areas for running games were arranged to maximize both fun and safety, with clear sight lines that allowed teachers to monitor activities and intervene when necessary. But even the best-designed playground could become a hunting ground when predatory children were given free rein to pursue their victims, and Harry Potter's obvious vulnerability had made him a natural target from his very first day. Dudley and his friends had developed a game they called Freak Tag, a variation of the traditional playground activity that involved chasing Harry with the explicit goal of cornering him and making him cry. The rules of Freak Tag were simple but effective. Harry was always it, but unlike traditional tag, he could never tag anyone else to transfer the role. Instead, he was required to run and hide while his pursuers closed in with the inevitable certainty of apex predators hunting wounded prey. The game only ended when Harry was caught and subjected to whatever humiliation Dudley's imagination could devise, usually involving public mockery of his appearance, his family situation, or his obvious social isolation. Mrs. Henderson had attempted to intervene on several occasions, but the playground monitors were overworked and understaffed, unable to provide the kind of constant supervision that would be necessary to prevent every instance of bullying. Moreover, Dudley was clever enough to ensure that his games never crossed the line into obvious physical violence when adults were watching, maintaining plausible deniability about his intentions while continuing to terrorize his cousin with psychological rather than physical weapons. The incident that would change everything began on a Thursday afternoon in late September, when the playground was bathed in golden autumn sunlight that made the falling leaves dance, like tiny performers in an elaborate aerial ballet. Harry had been attempting to enjoy a few minutes of peace near the school's small garden, where a collection of flowers and vegetables provided a quiet refuge from the chaos of more active play areas. He had discovered a love of growing things during his enforced labor in the Dursleys' garden, finding solace in the patient work of nurturing plants and watching them respond to careful attention and consistent care. The school garden offered him a chance to explore this interest in a context that felt safe and removed from the competitive dynamics that characterized most playground activities. But Dudley and his gang had grown bored with their usual activities and had begun to search for more interesting entertainment, their predatory instincts drawn inevitably toward the isolated figure of Harry Potter. The group consisted of 4 boys, besides Dudley. Piers Polkiss, a sharp-faced child with mean eyes and a talent for cruelty. Malcolm Drayborn, whose size and stupidity made him an ideal enforcer. Dennis Bishop, who followed the group's lead with the eager desperation of someone terrified of becoming their next target, and Gordon Hamish, whose wealthy parents had taught him that lesser children existed solely for his amusement. "Found the freak," Dudley announced with theatrical excitement, his voice carrying across the playground with enough volume to attract the attention of other children. "Look at him, playing with flowers like a girl. Maybe we should teach him some proper games." Harry's reaction was immediate and instinctive, his body tensing for flight even as his mind calculated the distances to potential escape routes. 5 years of living with the Dursleys had honed his survival instincts to a razor's edge, teaching him to recognize the subtle signs that preceded violence and to respond with the kind of desperate speed that might mean the difference between safety and serious harm. But the playground's layout worked against him. The garden area positioned in a corner that offered limited escape options, surrounded by hedges and fencing that created natural barriers for anyone seeking to flee. Dudley and his friends had learned to use the space to their advantage, positioning themselves to block exit routes while maintaining the appearance of innocent play for any adults who might be observing from a distance. "Come on, Harry," Dudley called out with false friendliness that fooled absolutely no one who understood the dynamics at play. "We just want to include you in our game. Don't you want to have fun with your cousin and his friends?" The mockery in Dudley's voice was obvious to everyone present, but the words themselves could not be criticized by any teacher who might overhear them. This was the particular cruelty of playground politics, the ability of skilled bullies to inflict real psychological damage while maintaining perfect, plausible deniability about their intentions. Harry tried to edge away from the approaching group, moving with the careful precision of someone who understood that sudden movements might trigger a more aggressive pursuit. His green eyes darted constantly between his tormentors and the possible escape routes, calculating odds and weighing options with the desperate efficiency of someone whose survival had often depended on making exactly these kinds of split-second decisions. "What's wrong, Potter?" Piers Polkiss asked with mock concern, his sharp features twisted into a grin that held no warmth or genuine humor. "Don't you like games? Or are you too weird to play with normal children?" The psychological assault was expertly crafted, designed to reinforce every negative message that Harry had internalized about himself during his years with the Dursleys. He was weird, he was different, he was fundamentally unsuited for the kind of normal social interaction that other children managed effortlessly. The bullies were simply stating obvious truths about his nature, facts that everyone could see, but which most people were too polite to mention directly. Harry's attempts at evasion were futile from the beginning, the playground's layout and the coordinated movements of his pursuers making escape impossible without the kind of dramatic action that would definitely attract unwanted attention from supervising adults. He found himself gradually herded toward the climbing equipment, a complex structure of platforms and ladders that offered both opportunity and danger in equal measure. The climbing frame was popular with older children who possessed the coordination and confidence necessary to navigate its more challenging elements safely, but Harry had always avoided it, understanding instinctively that his small size and general physical weakness made him vulnerable to exactly the kind of accident that bullies specialized in creating. The equipment's height and complexity provided numerous opportunities for someone to be hurt in ways that could easily be dismissed as the natural consequence of childhood clumsiness. Dudley's plan became clear as the group closed in around the base of the climbing frame, their positioning designed to force Harry upward into increasingly dangerous territory while maintaining the appearance of innocent play. If Harry climbed, he would be trapped at heights where a fall could cause serious injury. If he refused to climb, he would be subjected to public humiliation that would mark him as a coward for the rest of his time at St. Gregory's. "Go on then, freak," Malcolm Draybourne said, with the slow certainty of someone following a well-rehearsed script. "Show us how good you are at climbing, unless you're too scared to try." The challenge was designed to be irresistible to a 5-year-old's developing sense of pride and self-worth, a trap that would force Harry to choose between physical danger and social humiliation. Either choice would serve Dudley's purposes, providing either spectacular entertainment or confirmation of Harry's fundamental inadequacy compared to normal children. Harry stared up at the climbing frame's highest platform, a wooden structure that seemed impossibly far above the ground, supported by posts and crossbeams that looked sturdy enough, but which offered little reassurance to someone who had never developed confidence in his own physical abilities. His hands were already trembling with fear and anticipation, his breathing becoming shallow and rapid as the familiar symptoms of panic began to manifest. But retreat was no longer an option, not with the circle of expectant faces surrounding him, not with the growing crowd of other children who had been drawn by the commotion and who were now waiting to see how this drama would resolve itself. Harry had learned that sometimes the only choice available was between different types of pain, and that the consequences of appearing weak often lasted far longer than the consequences of temporary physical discomfort. With the mechanical determination of someone following orders rather than making free choices, Harry began to climb. His movements were careful and deliberate, each handhold tested before he committed his full weight to it, each step upward achieved through sheer force of will rather than any natural aptitude for such activities. Below him, Dudley and his friends provided a running commentary that mixed false encouragement with thinly veiled threats about what would happen if he changed his mind about continuing. The higher Harry climbed, the more the wind seemed to pick up, making the entire structure sway slightly in ways that his inexperienced mind interpreted as signs of imminent collapse. His small hands were becoming slick with perspiration, making his grip on the metal bars increasingly uncertain, while his legs trembled with the effort of supporting his weight in unfamiliar positions. "Higher, freak," Dudley called from below, his voice carrying an edge of genuine excitement now that his trap was working exactly as planned. "All the way to the top. Show everyone how brave you really are." Harry reached the highest platform with a sense of accomplishment that lasted exactly as long as it took him to look down and realize the full magnitude of his situation. The ground seemed impossibly far below, dotted with the upturned faces of children whose expressions ranged from concern to eager anticipation of disaster. The platform itself was smaller than it had appeared from below, offering barely enough room to stand safely, much less to maneuver for the climb back down. But it was the realization that Dudley was beginning to climb up after him that filled Harry with true terror. His cousin's bulk and aggressive confidence made him far more dangerous than the height itself, and Harry understood with sickening certainty that this confrontation would not end with simple humiliation. Dudley intended to finish what he had started, to create an accident that would satisfy his cruelty while providing him with perfect cover for his actions. The platform shuddered slightly as Dudley's weight was added to the structure, the climbing frame swaying in ways that its designers had probably not anticipated when they calculated load limits and safety margins. Harry pressed himself against the railing that surrounded the platform's edge, his green eyes wide with the kind of terror that came from understanding that he was completely helpless to influence what happened next. "What's wrong, Harry?" Dudley asked, with false concern as he hauled himself onto the platform, his bulk making the space feel even smaller and more dangerous. You look scared. I thought you wanted to play with us." The mockery in Dudley's voice was obvious now, no longer concealed behind even the thinnest veneer of plausible deniability. He had achieved his goal of isolating Harry in a position where no adult intervention could realistically be expected, where any accident would be dismissed as the natural consequence of children taking foolish risks while engaged in unsupervised play. Harry tried to edge away from his approaching cousin, but the platform offered no room for evasion, no space to avoid whatever Dudley had planned as the climax to his elaborate game. Below them, the crowd of watching children had grown larger, their faces turned upward with the morbid fascination that seemed to characterize humanity's relationship with potential disaster. "Maybe you should jump," Dudley suggested, with the casual tone of someone making a helpful suggestion. "It would be quicker than climbing down, and maybe you'd learn to fly, like the freak you really are." The suggestion was delivered as a joke, but Harry could see the calculation behind Dudley's eyes. The way his cousin was positioning himself to make such a voluntary jump seemed plausible to any investigating adults. A push could be disguised as an accident, rough play that had gotten out of hand rather than deliberate attempted murder. Harry's terror reached levels that his young mind could not fully process, triggering responses that lay deeper than conscious thought or rational decision-making. Something inside him rebelled against the idea of passive submission to Dudley's cruelty, against the notion that he was helpless to protect himself from those who meant him harm. The accidental magic that erupted from Harry Potter at that moment was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, a raw expression of survival instinct and desperate need that manifested as visible energy crackling around his small frame. The air itself seemed to shimmer with power, making the hair on every nearby child's arm stand up in response to the sudden electrical charge that filled the atmosphere. Dudley's confident advance faltered as he felt the change in the air around them, his limited imagination struggling to process the impossible things his eyes were showing him. Harry seemed to be glowing with an inner light that made it painful to look directly at him, while the climbing frame itself began to vibrate in ways that had nothing to do with wind or weight distribution. The magical discharge reached its peak just as Dudley lunged forward with the intention of pushing Harry from the platform, his hands reaching out to complete the accident that would rid him of his unwanted cousin once and for all. But instead of connecting with Harry's small form, Dudley's grasping fingers encountered something that felt like an electric fence charged with enough power to stop a rampaging bull. The feedback was immediate and spectacular, launching Dudley backward with enough force to carry him clear of the platform entirely. But instead of falling to the ground far below, he found himself suspended in midair, held by the same invisible forces that had repelled his attack, his bulk rotating slowly as if caught in a whirlpool of solidified air. The children watching from below erupted in screams of terror and amazement, their young minds unable to process what they were seeing in terms of any natural phenomenon they had ever encountered. Adults came running from across the playground, teachers and assistants drawn by the commotion, but arriving to find a scene that challenged every assumption they had made about the nature of reality itself. Harry remained frozen on the platform, his green eyes wide with shock at what he had somehow accomplished, his small hands trembling as the magical energy slowly dissipated around him. Below, Dudley continued to rotate gently in his invisible prison, too terrified to speak, too confused to understand what was happening to him. Mrs. Henderson reached the base of the climbing frame first, her decades of experience with children providing no framework for understanding what she was witnessing. Other staff members arrived moments later, their voices rising in confused babble as they tried to develop some plan for dealing with a situation that defied all logic and explanation. It was then that Kreacher chose to reveal himself, appearing with his characteristic pop of displaced air, his ancient eyes blazing with protective fury as he surveyed the scene of his charge's endangerment. The house elf had been monitoring Harry's school experience from concealment, ready to intervene if the boy's safety was threatened, but he had not anticipated the dramatic manifestation of accidental magic that had just occurred. Enough. Kreacher's voice carried across the playground with supernatural authority, causing every person present to freeze in place as if turned to stone. The young master will not be harmed by those who lack the wisdom to recognize his worth. The house elf gestured sharply, and Dudley's suspended form was lowered gently to the ground, where he collapsed in a trembling heap, too shocked to do anything but stare at the impossible creature that had appeared to rescue his intended victim. Around the playground, teachers and children alike stood transfixed by the sight of something that could not exist according to their understanding of the natural world. Vernon Dursley's arrival at the school 20 minutes later, summoned by frantic phone calls from administrators who lacked adequate vocabulary to describe what had occurred, completed the disaster that Harry's accidental magic had begun. The man's face cycled through every shade of purple as he tried to process reports that his nephew had somehow caused his son to float in mid-air, that impossible creatures had appeared on school property, that the careful fiction of Harry's normalcy had been shattered beyond any hope of repair. The drive home was conducted in complete silence, Vernon's rage too profound for immediate expression, his small mind working frantically to develop strategies for containing the damage that had been done to his family's reputation. Beside him, Petunia sat rigid with terror and embarrassment, her worst fears about magical exposure confirmed in the most public and humiliating way possible. In the back seat, Harry huddled against the window, his relief at being rescued from Dudley's attack overshadowed by growing dread about what consequences awaited him once they reached Privet Drive. The systematic abuse he had endured for 5 years was about to escalate dramatically, punishment for the crime of defending himself when attacked by those who should have protected him. But Harry was no longer as helpless as he had been before. Kreacher's intervention, no longer entirely alone in a world that seemed determined to destroy him. Someone had come to his rescue. Someone had declared publicly that his welfare mattered. Someone had demonstrated that there were forces in the universe willing to stand against those who would harm him. The boy who had once believed himself to be fundamentally worthless and unwanted was beginning to understand that his value was not determined by the Dursleys' treatment of him, that his worth was not measured by his ability to submit to abuse without complaint. He was someone worth protecting, someone whose safety and happiness mattered to beings possessed of power beyond human understanding. As number 4, Privet Drive, came into view, its windows reflecting the late afternoon sun like hostile eyes, Harry felt something shift inside his chest, a strengthening of resolve that had been building slowly over months of Kreacher's gentle care and protection. He was no longer the broken child who had once accepted abuse as his natural fate, who had believed that suffering was the price he owed for the simple act of existing. The confrontation that awaited him would be violent and traumatic, would test the limits of both his endurance and Kreacher's ability to protect him within the constraints of magical law. But it would also mark the beginning of the end of the Dursleys' absolute power over his life, the first step in a process that would eventually restore him to his rightful place in the wizarding world. The war for Harry Potter's soul was about to enter its most critical phase, with forces of love and protection arrayed against generations of systematic cruelty and neglect. The outcome was far from certain, but for the first time in his short life, Harry was no longer fighting that war alone. The discovery of Sirius, the autumn of 1985, had settled over London like a shroud woven from mist and melancholy, painting the ancient city in shades of grey that seemed to mirror the moral ambiguity Kreacher had discovered, lurking beneath the wizarding world's carefully polished surface. 3 months had passed since Harry's dramatic magical manifestation at St. Gregory's primary school, 3 months during which the house elf had maintained his protective vigil while simultaneously conducting the most thorough investigation of his long life. The Black Family Library had become Kreacher's war room, its towering shelves lined with centuries of accumulated knowledge about the wizarding world's most powerful families, their alliances and betrayals, their triumphs and catastrophic failures. Ancient grimoires sat alongside recent newspaper clippings, genealogical charts, shared space with ministry documents, and official histories were cross-referenced against private correspondence that revealed the often sordid truth behind public facades. But it was the collection of materials related to the night of October 31st, 1981, that had consumed most of Kreacher's attention during the long hours he spent away from Harry's side. The official narrative of that night was simple enough. Voldemort had attacked the Potter family in their hidden refuge, killed James and Lily Potter, and then mysteriously vanished when his killing curse failed to destroy the infant Harry. Sirius Black, secret keeper for the protective charm that should have kept the family safe, had betrayed their location to his dark master, and then murdered 12 Muggles, along with Peter Pettigrew, when confronted with evidence of his treachery. Simple, clean, satisfying in its moral clarity, and its neat assignment of guilt and innocence, and absolutely riddled with inconsistencies that became more glaring the closer one examined the actual evidence. Kreacher had spent weeks assembling a chronological timeline of the events surrounding that fateful Halloween night, drawing from ministry records, newspaper accounts, witness statements, and the private papers of families who had been involved in the war against Voldemort. What emerged was a picture of confusion and haste, of decisions made in panic rather than careful deliberation, of a ministry more concerned with appearing competent than with pursuing actual justice. The most damning piece of evidence was also the most obvious. There had been no trial. Sirius Black, scion of one of the wizarding world's oldest and most influential families, heir to a fortune that commanded respect, even among those who despised his politics, had been condemned to life imprisonment in Azkaban without so much as a formal hearing. The man who should have been able to afford the finest legal representation available, who possessed both the resources and the connections necessary to ensure fair treatment, had instead been hustled off to wizard prison with a speed that suggested either overwhelming evidence or deliberate railroading. Kreacher had eventually managed to locate the arrest report filed by Aura Cornelius Fudge in the early morning hours of November 1st, 1981. The document was a masterpiece of bureaucratic efficiency and legal inadequacy, describing the scene that Fudge had discovered in a London street. 12 dead Muggles, their bodies bearing the unmistakable signs of magical violence, and Sirius Black standing amid the carnage, laughing with what the report described as maniacal glee. But even this damning testimony raised more questions than it answered. Why had Sirius remained at the scene rather than fleeing? Why had he been laughing rather than attempting to defend himself or explain his presence? Where was Peter Pettigrew's body, if, indeed, he had been murdered along with the Muggles? The report mentioned finding only a finger, a single digit that had somehow survived whatever magical explosion had vaporized the rest of Pettigrew's corpse, while leaving the surrounding Muggles relatively intact. The more Kreacher studied the evidence, the more convinced he became that something fundamental was wrong with the official version of events. Sirius Black's political positions were well documented, his opposition to Voldemort a matter of public record, his estrangement from his own family, the result of his rejection of the pure blood supremacist ideology that had characterized the Black family for generations. The idea that such a man would suddenly reverse his convictions and betray his closest friends to the very forces he had spent years fighting against defied all logic and psychological probability. More damning still was the timeline itself, which revealed inconsistencies that should have triggered immediate investigation rather than hasty condemnation. According to ministry records, the Fidelius charm protecting the Potter family had been cast with Peter Pettigrew as secret keeper, not Sirius Black, as everyone had initially assumed. The change had been made at the last minute, a desperate attempt at misdirection that was supposed to confuse potential betrayers by making the obvious choice of secret keeper into a decoy. If Pettigrew had indeed been the actual secret keeper, then Sirius could not have betrayed the Potter's location, regardless of his personal loyalties or political convictions. The magic simply would not have allowed it. Yet this crucial detail appeared nowhere in the official records of Sirius's arrest, was mentioned in none of the newspaper accounts of his supposed crimes, was absent from every piece of documentation that Kreacher had been able to locate. The systematic suppression of exonerating evidence suggested a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of the Ministry of Magic, a deliberate effort to ensure that Sirius Black was condemned regardless of his actual guilt or innocence. But the motive for such a conspiracy remained frustratingly elusive, hidden beneath layers of political calculation and personal ambition that would require far more resources to unravel than Kreacher possessed working alone. It was then that Kreacher made the decision that would change everything. He would investigate Peter Pettigrew's supposed death with the same thoroughness he had applied to Sirius's conviction, would examine every piece of evidence with the skeptical eye of someone who no longer trusted official explanations for convenient outcomes. The house elf's first step was to study everything known about Pettigrew himself, to understand the man whose death had provided such convenient evidence of Sirius's guilt. What emerged from this research was a picture of someone who seemed fundamentally ill-suited for the role of war hero that circumstances had thrust upon him. Pettigrew had been a mediocre student at Hogwarts, notable primarily for his association with more talented and charismatic friends, someone who appeared to coast through life on the reflected glory of his betters. His psychological profile, assembled from school records and the observations of former classmates, painted a picture of someone weak-willed and easily influenced, desperately seeking acceptance and approval from those he perceived as stronger or more successful. Such a person would indeed make an ideal candidate for recruitment by Voldemort's forces, particularly if approached with the right combination of threats and promises. But Pettigrew's weakness also made him unsuitable for the kind of dramatic confrontation that his death was supposed to represent. A man who had spent his entire life avoiding conflict, who had never shown the slightest inclination toward heroism or self-sacrifice, was unlikely to suddenly develop the courage necessary to face down a powerful wizard like Sirius Black in a public street surrounded by innocent bystanders. More puzzling still was the nature of the magical explosion that had supposedly killed him. According to witness statements, the blast had been powerful enough to completely vaporize Pettigrew's body while leaving only a single finger behind as evidence of his fate. But such an explosion should have caused far more damage to the surrounding area, should have left magical traces that expert investigators could analyze and interpret. The fact that no such analysis appeared in any official documentation suggested either gross incompetence on the part of the investigating auras or a deliberate decision to avoid examination that might reveal inconvenient truths. Given the Ministry's obvious haste to conclude the case against Sirius Black, the latter explanation seemed far more likely than mere professional negligence. Kreacher's investigation into Pettigrew's background eventually led him to the man's mother, an elderly witch who lived in a small cottage on the outskirts of a wizarding village in the Scottish Highlands. Bathilda Pettigrew was a woman consumed by grief and confusion, unable to reconcile the son she remembered with the hero that official accounts insisted he had become in his final moments. Using his natural advantages as a house elf, Kreacher was able to observe Mrs. Pettigrew without detection, to study her daily routines and emotional state with the thoroughness that had characterized all his recent investigations. What he discovered was a woman who did not behave like someone whose son had died heroically defending innocent muggles from a mad killer. Instead, Mrs. Pettigrew exhibited all the signs of someone harboring terrible suspicions about her child's true fate, someone who feared that the official version of events was hiding darker truths that she lacked the courage or resources to investigate. She kept her son's room exactly as he had left it, but not with the reverential care of a shrine to heroic sacrifice. Rather, her preservation of his possessions seemed motivated by a desperate hope that he might someday return to reclaim them. Most telling of all were the letters that Mrs. Pettigrew wrote but never sent, pouring out her doubts and fears onto parchment that she then burned in her fireplace, rather than risk exposing her treasonous thoughts to official scrutiny. Kreacher watched her write these letters night after night, watched her struggle with questions that had no safe answers, watched her destroy evidence of her own mounting suspicions about her son's supposed heroic death. The content of these letters, observed through windows and transcribed from memory, painted a picture of a mother who knew her child far better than the ministry investigators who had proclaimed him a hero. Mrs. Pettigrew wrote about Peter's terror during the final months of the war, his growing paranoia about Death Eater infiltration of the resistance movement, his expressed doubts about the wisdom of opposing forces that seemed to possess supernatural power and unlimited cruelty. More damaging still were her recollections of Peter's final visit home, just weeks before his supposed death, when he had appeared on her doorstep in the middle of the night, terrified and babbling about having made terrible mistakes that could not be undone. He had spoken of being trapped between competing loyalties, of having committed acts that would ensure his destruction, regardless of which side ultimately prevailed in the war. Mrs. Pettigrew had tried to comfort her son, had offered him sanctuary in her home until the war ended and normal life could resume, but Peter had refused her protection, with the desperate certainty of someone who knew that no hiding place would be safe enough to shelter him from the consequences of his choices. He had left before dawn, disappearing into the darkness with promises to contact her when it was safe to do so. That contact had never come, of course. Instead, she had received official notification of his heroic death, accompanied by expressions of sympathy from ministry officials who seemed more concerned with managing public perception than with providing accurate information about her son's fate. The speed with which Peter had been declared a war hero, the reluctance of officials to discuss details of his final battle, the complete absence of physical remains that could be examined or memorialized, all combined to create suspicions that grew stronger rather than weaker with the passage of time. Kreacher's observation of Mrs. Pettigrew eventually led to his most startling discovery. Peter Pettigrew was not dead. The house elf's magical senses, honed through centuries of service and refined by months of intensive investigation, detected traces of familiar magic around the cottage, residual signatures that spoke of recent visits by someone Mrs. Pettigrew cared about deeply. The traces were faint and carefully concealed, overlaid with masking charms that would have fooled less sensitive detection methods, but they were definitely present for anyone who knew how to look for them. Someone with Peter Pettigrew's magical signature had been visiting his mother's home on a regular basis, appearing under cover of darkness and departing before dawn, maintaining contact while avoiding the kind of prolonged exposure that might attract unwanted attention. The realization that Pettigrew was alive and operating in secret was like a key that unlocked every mystery surrounding the events of that Halloween night in 1981. If Pettigrew had indeed been the secret keeper for the Potter family's protective charm, if he had betrayed their location to Voldemort in exchange for his own safety, if he had then faked his own death to avoid retribution from either side in the conflict, then everything else fell into place with sickening clarity. Sirius Black had not betrayed the Potter family. He had been framed for crimes committed by the man whose death he was supposed to have caused. The explosion in that London street had not been the result of a confrontation between hero and villain, but rather an elaborate deception designed to provide Pettigrew with the perfect cover for his own disappearance. The laughing that witnesses had observed had not been the maniacal glee of a successful killer, but rather the hysteria of someone who had just realized the full scope of the betrayal that had destroyed his best friends. Armed with this understanding, Kreacher began to plan the most dangerous investigation of his long life. Finding Peter Pettigrew would require resources and skills that pushed the boundaries of what even a highly capable house elf could accomplish working alone, but the stakes were too high to permit failure. An innocent man was rotting in Azkaban while the real betrayer walked free, and Harry Potter was being denied the guardianship of his rightful protector because of a lie that had been allowed to fester for over 4 years. The search would be methodical and patient, requiring the kind of sustained effort that could take months or even years to bear fruit. Pettigrew would have gone to ground immediately after faking his death, would have established new identities and hiding places that allowed him to move through the wizarding world without attracting recognition. But he was also weak and fearful, dependent on others for protection and guidance, unlikely to have developed the kind of sophisticated operational security that would be necessary to remain hidden indefinitely. More importantly, Pettigrew's psychological profile suggested that he would be unable to resist the temptation to maintain some contact with his former life, to observe from a distance the consequences of his betrayal and the fate of those he had wronged. Such observation would require periodic exposure, moments of vulnerability that a sufficiently patient and skilled investigator might be able to exploit. Kreacher spent the remainder of the autumn developing the investigative framework that would guide his search for Peter Pettigrew, assembling resources and establishing surveillance networks that could operate independently while he continued his protective duties toward Harry Potter. The Black family's wealth and connections provided access to information and assistance that would have been impossible to obtain through official channels, while Kreacher's own magical abilities allowed him to operate in ways that human investigators never could. The first phase of the operation involved systematic surveillance of locations where Pettigrew might be expected to appear. His mother's cottage, his former haunts in wizarding London, the graves of mutual friends who had died in the war, places that held emotional significance that might draw him despite the obvious risks of exposure. Each location would be monitored continuously, with magical detection wards that would alert Kreacher to any presence carrying Pettigrew's distinctive magical signature. The second phase would involve more active investigation, following up on leads and rumors that might indicate Pettigrew's current activities or whereabouts. The wizarding world was small enough that a man of Pettigrew's background and abilities could not disappear entirely without leaving traces, particularly if he was attempting to maintain even minimal contact with the broader magical community. As winter approached and the investigation began in earnest, Kreacher found himself energized by a sense of purpose that transcended even his protective devotion to Harry Potter. The house elf who had once served tradition without question had become an agent of justice, someone willing to risk everything to ensure that truth triumphed over convenient lies, that innocence was vindicated regardless of the political costs. Master Regulus would have been proud to see what his faithful servant had become, how the lessons about choosing conscience over conformity had taken root and flourished in the most unlikely soil. Sirius Black, rotting in Azkaban for crimes he had never committed, had no idea that his salvation was being planned by the very house elf who had once served his family with unquestioning loyalty. The irony was not lost on Kreacher that his greatest act of service to the Black family name would involve proving the innocence of the son who had been disowned for refusing to embrace their traditional values. In saving Sirius, Kreacher would be vindicating everything that Master Regulus had died believing, that love was stronger than hatred, that justice was more important than tradition, that individual moral choice could triumph over centuries of accumulated prejudice and institutional corruption. The hunt for Peter Pettigrew was about to begin in earnest, and with it the process that would restore Harry Potter's rightful guardian and expose the conspiracy that had denied them both the family connection they desperately needed. Truth had been buried for over 4 years, but it was not dead, and Kreacher was determined to see it resurrected, regardless of who might prefer to keep it safely underground. Winter was coming, but so was justice, and the house elf who had found his conscience at last was prepared to see the battle through to whatever end awaited those brave enough to choose righteousness over expedience.